There is a bird outside, right now, that has probably noticed you. Not in a poetic sense, and not in the loose way we sometimes say an animal noticed something, when what we really mean is that it briefly turned its head, in the deliberate sense, the sense in which a creature with eyes and a memory and a working capacity for paying attention has, at some point in the last several days or weeks, looked at the human walking beneath its perch and made some kind of internal note about that human, filed something away. Maybe nothing more than this one is harmless and slow and walks the same path on Tuesdays. Maybe more than that. The bird isn't telling. It is a common raven, Corvus corax. And if you live anywhere across the northern hemisphere outside of the deepest tropics, the chances are good that one is within a few miles of you as you listen to this, perched on a power line, riding a thermal somewhere over a tree line, picking through whatever a roadside has left behind, or simply sitting on a fence post, being still in the way only a corvid is still, with the kind of attention that other birds don't have time for. You have most likely seen one. You have probably seen many. You may not always have known what you were looking at, because for a great many people, the line between crow and raven is a blur. And the popular imagination has spent so many centuries dressing this animal in costumes, deathbird, trickster, omen, harbinger, Edgar Allan Poe's tap, tap, tapping at the chamber door, that the actual creature has been almost completely obscured by the literature about it. The raven you've inherited from culture and the raven that exists in the world are not quite the same animal. They share a body. They do not share a biography. The biography is where this gets strange, because in the last 25 years or so, in laboratories in Vienna and Lund and Seattle, and out in the field in Vermont and Yellowstone and the high Austrian Alps, a small and stubborn group of biologists has been doing something quite ordinary on the surface and quite unsettling in its consequences. They have been watching ravens carefully, under controlled conditions, with patience and replicable methods and the slow accumulation of evidence that science is supposed to do but rarely gets the chance to do for any single species in this much depth. And the picture that has emerged from that work, paper by paper, decade by decade, is one that researchers in the field will tell you, if you press them, sounds almost embarrassing to describe out loud. The ravens, it turns out, can plan, not just hoard food, which is a kind of planning even a squirrel manages, but plan in the deeper sense, choose a tool now to use 17 hours from now for a reward they cannot yet see. They can recognize individual human faces and hold the recognition for years. They can take into account what another raven can see, even when that other raven is hidden behind a wall and audible only as a sound. They make gestures with objects in their beaks that researchers compare carefully and with appropriate hedges to the pointing gestures of human infants. They form long-term partnerships, and they appear to console one another after fights. When one of them dies, others gather and grow quiet, and afterward they remember the place. And in the most recent and arguably most surprising work of all, published only weeks before this was written, a team using GPS trackers across 2.5 years in Yellowstone discovered that ravens had been doing something much more sophisticated than anyone had previously understood. Not following the wolves to their kills, as the textbook said, but holding a map of the landscape in their heads, remembering where wolves tended to hunt, and flying directly to those places from as far as 90 miles away. The bird outside is not what you think it is. It hasn't been for a long time. We just hadn't been looking carefully enough to notice. Something else is worth saying before we begin. Ravens have been part of human cultural life for longer than almost any other wild animal in the Northern Hemisphere. They appear in the oldest stories we still know how to read. The Norse have them as Odin's two ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, flying out at dawn and returning by evening, whispering the news of the world into the ear of a god who, the old poetry tells us, feared the loss of memory more than the loss of thought. The Tlingit and the Haida of the Pacific Northwest have the raven as a creator, a thief of light, a maker of the world by accident and appetite. The Welsh have Bran the Blessed, whose name is simply the word for raven. The Greeks gave the bird to Apollo, the god of prophecy. Shakespeare put one on the battlements of Macbeth. Poe built his most famous poem around the same bird, sitting on the same kind of evening, refusing to leave. The cultural material is enormous, and almost all of it, taken as a description of what the animal actually is wrong. Not because the old stories had nothing to say. They had a great deal to say, and they were trying to say something specific, and if you listen to them closely, there are moments where the storytellers seem to be reaching, with the only language they had, toward behaviors that we have only recently confirmed in a controlled setting. But the popular image we have inherited from those stories, the ominous figure, the bird of ill fortune, the trickster who shows up before death, has very little in common with the creature on the telephone line. The creature on the telephone line is a problem, at minimum, for most of our categories. A small favor before we go further. If what you're listening to feels worth being made, the subscribe button helps a channel like this one more than almost anything else. It's a small act, it costs nothing, and it tells the algorithm to put work like this in front of more people who might want to hear it. And if you have a moment in the comments, I'd be curious about something specific. Have you ever had an encounter with a raven or a crow that you couldn't quite explain? A moment where you had the distinct feeling that the bird was paying attention to you, individually, with some kind of intent. I read the answers, and over the years I have come to find them more interesting than almost any data in this field. Somewhere outside, on a wire or a roof, or the bare branch of a winter tree, a raven is doing what a raven does in the late afternoon. It is watching the world. It has, almost certainly, watched you at some point. It has not, of course, told anyone. Before sunrise on a cliff in the Faroe Islands, the air does a particular thing that the rest of the North Atlantic doesn't quite do. The wind comes off the water with weight in it, not gusts, but a steady, heavy push that has crossed several hundred miles of open sea before meeting any vertical surface, and when it hits the basalt cliffs of Vargar, it bends upward into the kind of long, smooth updraft that a soaring bird can ride for an hour without flapping. It is the kind of wind that rewards the right body shape, and there is a body shape, evolved exactly for it. Somewhere on the cliff face right now, sitting still in the half-light and waiting for the sun to clear the horizon enough to see by. The first sound you would hear if you were standing there in the cold is a low double-syllable call from somewhere above and to the left, cronk, cronk, carrying an extraordinary distance over the water because the air at that hour and that temperature is unusually good at conducting sound. Then a second voice answering, maybe half a mile further along the cliff. Then a third, which is where the human ear, untrained, begins to lose track of the geometry. Ravens calling to one another at first light along a Faroes coastline have been doing this, more or less continuously, since long before anyone was here to hear them, and they will be doing it long after the last fisherman in the village has gone to bed for the last time. The bird that lifts off the rock and into that updraft, when the light is finally good enough, has a wingspan that surprises people who have never seen one up close. Up to 150 centimeters from tip to tip, wider than the outstretched arms of most human adults, and a weight in the heaviest birds of around 2 kilograms, which makes the common raven the largest songbird on Earth and probably the heaviest passerine ever to have evolved. The word songbird is misleading here because the raven does not sing in any sense a backyard birdwatcher would recognize, but the anatomical category is the same. It has the perching foot, the syrinx capable of complex vocalization, the brain architecture of the broader corvid family. It is, technically, a relative of the goldfinch and the wren. It is also, in body and in mind, something that very little else in the bird world prepares you for. What is striking about that raven on the Faroe cliff, though, is not the body. It is the address. Because the same species, the same animal at the level of biological classification, is at this moment also sitting on a fence post in the Mojave Desert in Southern California, 3,000 miles to the west, where the air temperature is going to climb into the high 30s Celsius by mid-afternoon. It is also riding a thermal above the Tibetan Plateau at 4,000 meters of elevation, where the oxygen is thin enough to lay an unacclimated human out within minutes. It is digging through the snow on the tundra of Baffin Island in the high Canadian Arctic, where the winter sun does not rise for weeks at a time. It is perched on a roof in Reykjavik, on a stone wall above a vineyard in Provence, on a power line outside a strip mall in Boise, on a cliff above the Mediterranean in Morocco, and on a rocky outcrop somewhere in the mountainous interior of Bhutan, where it happens to be the national bird. This is, by some distance, the widest natural distribution of any member of the crow family, and one of the widest distributions of any bird species on Earth. The common raven occurs across nearly the entire northern hemisphere, Europe, Asia, North Africa, North America, and shows up in essentially every terrestrial environment except the deep tropical rainforest. Tundra, taiga, deciduous woodland, alpine meadow, temperate coast, semi-desert, true desert, agricultural lowland, and the bare rock of high mountains. It nests above the Arctic Circle, and it nests in the parking lots of American suburbs. The same species, not closely related ones, not a complex of regional varieties that ornithologists have lumped together for convenience. The same bird. There is a kind of biological generalism that this represents which is genuinely uncommon. Most species, when you look closely, turn out to be specialists in something, a particular climate band, a particular food source, a particular kind of nesting site, and even the ones we think of as adaptable are usually only adaptable within a fairly narrow envelope. The raven's envelope is, by any reasonable measure, about as wide as it is possible for a single bird species to be. The cost of that flexibility, in evolutionary terms, is that the raven cannot be the very best at any single thing, the way a more specialized predator or scavenger might be. The benefit is that there is almost nowhere it cannot go, and almost no shock to its environment that it cannot, in the medium term, work around. There is, in the Faroe Islands specifically, a small ghost in the genetic record worth pausing on. Until the middle of the 19th century, the islands had a distinct local form of the common raven that ornithologists called the pied raven, a striking variant with extensive white in the plumage, particularly on the wings and the underside, sometimes nearly half the body. It wasn't a separate species, it was a color morph, almost certainly maintained by the small isolated population and a recessive genetic quirk that happened to express in unusually high frequency on those islands. The Faroes knew it well, named it locally, and apparently considered it a normal part of the landscape. Then, in the way these things happen, a combination of trophy collecting, persecution, and the slow homogenization of a small gene pool ended it. The last confirmed sighting was in 1902. The pied raven exists now only in museum drawers in Copenhagen and a handful of 19th century paintings, and the ravens currently riding the updrafts above Vagar are all the standard glossy uniform black of the species elsewhere. A small extinction, well within historical memory, and almost no one outside the Faroes has ever heard of it. The cultural footprint of the species, set against the pied raven's quiet disappearance, is extraordinary. The bird has been carried into the symbology of an unusual number of nations and regions. Official bird of the Yukon Territory, national bird of Bhutan, found on the coat of arms of the Isle of Man, on the regimental insignia of several armies, on the heraldic devices of Norse and Welsh and Anglo-Saxon families, going back more than 1,000 years. Almost none of that symbolic weight is attached to any other corvid. Crows appear in folklore, certainly, but they are usually lumped together with their larger cousins or used as background. The raven, specifically, gets singled out, gets named, gets given the role of messenger or witness or threshold keeper. And it is the bird that gets the role across cultures that had no contact with each other when the stories were forming. Norse mythology and Tlingit cosmology and Tibetan Buddhism all independently arriving at a creature with the same particular standing in the symbolic order. A part of the reason for that, which becomes clearer the more you spend time with the actual animal, is that the raven looks at you. Not in the panicked, scanning way that most wild birds look at humans, where the gaze is broken every fraction of a second by the need to check for predators. In the way of an animal that has decided in the moment that the appropriate amount of attention to allocate to the human in front of it is a lot. It tilts its head. It holds the look. It sometimes makes a sound that does not seem to be intended for any other raven in earshot. People who have had this experience tend to remember it. The early ethologist Konrad Lorenz, working with hand-raised ravens in Austria in the 1930s and 40s, wrote about the disconcerting feeling of being studied by one of his birds, of looking up from his desk to find a raven staring at him with what he could only describe as interest. He was not a sentimental man. He was, by training and disposition, a careful observer of behavior, and he kept coming back to that word. What was almost certainly happening in those moments in Lorenz's study is something we now have a much better technical understanding of than he did. The raven was, in some functional sense, taking him in, filing him, comparing him to other humans it had encountered, building, over the course of weeks and months, the kind of internal model of this specific person that the bird's daily life on a cliff in the Faroes would never require, but its life inside a researcher's house very much did. The cliff raven and the study raven are the same animal. They are doing different jobs with the same mind, and the mind itself, which is the part of this bird that has rewritten what biologists thought they understood about avian cognition, sits inside a skull no larger than a walnut. Bernd Heinrich, who has spent more of his life in the close company of ravens than almost anyone alive, and who we will be in the company of for much of what follows, keeps a carefully bound copy of his first published paper on raven behavior on a shelf in his house in the Maine woods. He picks it up sometimes when he is asked to explain how he ended up here. The date on the paper is from the late 1980s. He was, until shortly before he wrote it, a specialist on the thermoregulation of bumblebees. The story of how the bird in the air above the cliff in the Faroes became for him the central animal of a 40-year scientific career begins with a single morning in Vermont in 1984 and a sound he was not expecting to hear. The morning he changed his mind about what he wanted to do with the rest of his life, Bernd Heinrich was not technically looking for ravens. He was looking for a place to think. The cabin he had built himself in the western Maine woods on a piece of land called Kaflunk that he would later write 4 books about was about as far as a tenured biology professor could reasonably get from the lecture halls of the University of Vermont without changing countries. There was no electricity. The water came from a hand-dug well. He heated the place with wood, he split himself, and in the winter, when the temperature dropped to 20 or 30 below 0 Fahrenheit, and the snow piled high enough to bury the lower windows, he wrote his scientific papers by kerosene lamp at a small wooden desk and slept in a loft under several layers of wool. He had, until that point, made his name as one of the world's leading specialists on the thermoregulation of bumblebees, a fact that surprises people who know him only through his later work, but which makes complete sense once you understand that Heinrich's defining quality as a scientist has always been a willingness to spend an extraordinary amount of time alone, watching small things very carefully. The date was October 29th, 1984. He was 44 years old. He had walked out from the cabin that morning along a logging road in the brittle cold of a Maine fall and had come across the carcass of a moose that had been killed by hunters and only partially recovered. The moose was substantial, several 100 pounds of meat in the snow, and the kind of resource that, in the ordinary economy of a New England forest in late autumn, ought to have produced a small, quiet competition among the local scavengers. A few crows perhaps, a fox at night, eventually a coyote. What Heinrich saw instead when he came over the rise and got a clear sightline on the carcass was something he had read about exactly once in a brief and rather skeptical paper from the 1960s and had never expected to witness for himself. There were ravens on the moose. Not a pair, not 3 or 4. Something on the order of 15 birds working the carcass together, and from somewhere out in the trees beyond, more were arriving, coming in from what must have been miles away, summoned by a sound that Heinrich could now hear quite clearly, a series of loud, repeated, almost barking calls coming from one of the birds already on the kill. This was the wrong behavior. The textbooks of the time, to the extent that they said anything specific about ravens at all, described the species as territorial, pair-bonded, and broadly antisocial outside of the breeding season. A raven that found a large carcass was supposed to do what every other intelligent scavenger does in that situation, which is to eat as much of it as possible in private and tell no one. The bird Heinrich was watching was doing the precise opposite. It had found a windfall, and it was actively, energetically, repeatedly broadcasting the fact across the forest, and the consequence of that broadcast was that more and more birds were arriving, and the share for any single individual was getting smaller by the minute. From the standpoint of evolutionary biology, as it was understood in 1984, this made no sense. Animals were not supposed to behave that way. Sharing of that kind on that scale with non-relatives was the sort of thing you saw in honeybees and in human cooperative hunters, and not, on the whole, anywhere else. Heinrich went back to the cabin that afternoon and could not let it go. The next morning, he was at the carcass again with a notebook. The morning after that with a thermometer and a tape recorder. By the end of the winter, he had identified individual birds by subtle plumage differences and the patterns of feather wear on their tails, and he had begun what would become a 15-year project to answer one specific question, which was, why do ravens yell? He has, on several occasions in the years since, told interviewers that he can give a precise date for when he became a raven biologist. October 29th, 1984. The day he stopped being someone who studied bumblebees and became someone who studied ravens. Bumblebees are, to be fair, also a remarkable animal, and his earlier work on them had been first-rate. But after that morning, something in the field of vision shifted. He once described it in an interview as the difference between watching a clever machine and watching a stranger. The bird he had been watching on the moose carcass and the bird in his hand a few weeks later, when one of the local ravens died and he carried the body back to the cabin to take measurements, was not, by the standards of birds, a small animal. A common raven in good condition in late autumn in northern New England will typically weigh somewhere between 1¼ and 1½ kilograms. The largest individuals, which tend to occur in the colder northern parts of the species range, can push past 2 kilograms. To put that in human terms, a fully grown raven is in roughly the same weight class as a hawk of medium size, or a small house cat at the lower end of the cat distribution. The wingspan, when the bird is laid out flat on a workbench, runs from about 1.15 meters at the small end up to 1.5 meters wider, as I said earlier, than the arm span of most human adults. The beak, which is one of the things that distinguishes a raven from any of its smaller crow relatives at a glance, is about the length of an adult human hand from wrist to fingertip, and proportionally as heavy and as powerful as a small set of bolt cutters. The technical category that the raven sits in, which is worth understanding because it surprises people, is passerine. In ornithology, this means a perching bird, and it covers an enormous range of species: finches, sparrows, warblers, thrushes, swallows, crows, jays, starlings, robins. The vast majority of bird species you encounter in your daily life, in fact, roughly 60% of all birds on Earth are passerines, and if you walked through a typical woodland in Europe or North America and counted what you saw, almost everything would fall into the category. Most passerines are small. The reason they are most of the bird species is that small bodies and short generation times produce a lot of speciation, and the perching foot is a versatile bit of anatomy that has allowed the group to fill an extraordinary number of ecological niches over the last 40 million years or so. The average passerine weighs about 30 grams. A house sparrow, for reference, comes in at around 25. The common raven, at 1½ kilograms, is therefore something on the order of 50 to 60 times the weight of the average member of its own enormous taxonomic order. It is, by a comfortable margin, the largest passerine bird that exists, and almost certainly the largest passerine bird that has ever existed in the roughly 40 million year history of the group. There is no second place that even comes close. The only birds in the same weight class as a big raven are the thick-billed raven of Ethiopia, which is the species' closest living relative, and one or two of the larger crow species in tropical Asia. Everything else in the perching bird world is dramatically smaller. A blue jay weighs about 90 grams. A common crow, the bird most people confuse with a raven, weighs 400 to 500. A raven is, in body terms, roughly 3 or 4 crows. This matters more than it sounds like it ought to. Body size in birds correlates fairly tightly with brain size, and brain size correlates, imperfectly but really, with what cognitive scientists in this field call cognitive capacity, the rough quantity of computational work the brain in question can perform. A bigger bird can carry a bigger brain, all else being equal, and the raven's brain is substantial in absolute terms, somewhere around 15 grams in a large adult, which is small by mammalian standards, but startlingly large by avian ones. It is, in fact, the largest brain of any bird in Eurasia and one of the largest in the world. We will come back to what is inside that brain, because the inside of it is the part that has made this animal famous in the cognitive sciences, and the architecture of avian cognition turns out to be much stranger and more efficient than the comparable mammalian system. But the outside is worth pausing on for a moment, because the simple fact of how much skull this bird is carrying and how dense the tissue inside that skull is packed is the physical substrate of every behavior in the rest of the documentary. There is also the matter of how long these animals live, which is the second thing that surprises people. A wild common raven in good habitat, living through the gauntlet of its first few years, can reasonably expect to reach 10 to 15 years of age. That is already long for a bird. The longest lived banded wild raven on record made it to 23, In captivity, where the cold and the predators and the food shortages of a working life are removed, the numbers become genuinely strange. The Tower of London, which has kept ravens under continuous care since at least the late 19th century, has had birds in residence that lived more than 40 years. The longest documented life of any common raven on record, a captive bird whose history is well attested, was 69. There are anecdotal reports of individuals reaching 80, though these are harder to verify. What this means, in practical terms, is that a raven and a human child born in the same year, under the right circumstances, can grow old together. The same bird that is on the wire outside your window today, if you are reasonably young, may still be there when you are old, and may have been there before you arrived. Heinrich, who is now in his 80s, has been thinking about ravens for more than 40 years. He has hand-raised a number of them, a habit that began in the 1980s and continued through several generations. And he has given them names, and he writes about them by name in the books he has produced over the decades that followed that morning at the Moose. The first generation, the ones he raised in the late 1980s and through the 1990s, were called Goliath, Whitefeather, Lefty, Hootie, and Fuzz. Most of them are gone now, having outlived a couple of cats and at least one of his graduate students. But the question they were brought into his life to help him answer, which started as a narrow puzzle about food-sharing behavior and grew, over time, into the broadest investigation of corvid intelligence ever undertaken by a single field biologist, was the same question that began with the unexpected calls in the snow on October 29, 1984. The question, in the form Heinrich came to phrase it, was this: why would a raven, alone with several hundred pounds of food, deliberately summon competitors? The answer, when it eventually came, turned out to require a much more elaborate picture of what these birds were doing and what they understood about each other than the field of behavioral ecology was prepared for in the mid-1980s. To get to that answer, you have to spend a winter inside a hide in a Maine forest, watching what happens around a frozen carcass when no one is supposed to be looking. A hide, in the language of field biology, is whatever you can build that lets you watch an animal without the animal watching you back. In the case of Bernd Heinrich, in the Maine forest in the winter of 1985, the hide was a small wooden shelter that he had cobbled together from scrap lumber, set into the snow about 30 meters from a frozen calf carcass that he had hauled out from a local farm and dragged into a clearing in the trees. He had cut a narrow horizontal slit at eye level. He had a thermos of coffee, a notebook, a pencil he kept in his inside pocket because pencils froze less catastrophically than pens, and several layers of wool and down between himself and the cold. The temperature outside the hide on most of those mornings was somewhere between -10 and -30 Celsius. He stayed in the hide for hours at a time. He did this with variations of carcass and location and weather for the better part of 15 winters. The reason for the hide was that the question Heinrich was trying to answer required him to watch ravens in a state of nature unmodified by his presence. And ravens, as he had quickly discovered, are not animals that you can study by simply walking into the woods with a notebook. They notice you. They will come down to a carcass while you are sitting 20 meters away in plain sight, but they will behave differently than they would have if you weren't there, and the differences are subtle enough that they would invalidate everything he was trying to record. So he built the hide, and inside the hide, over the course of those 15 winters, he watched something happen that did not match the picture of the species in any textbook he had been able to find. The picture in the textbooks, to the extent that there was one, went roughly as follows. The common raven was a long-lived monogamous territorial bird. A breeding pair held a piece of land, usually a few square miles, and defended it aggressively against other ravens for the duration of their adult lives. Within that territory, the pair fed, raised young and chased away any conspecifics that wandered in. Outside the breeding season, the pattern softened slightly, but the basic picture remained one of dispersed adult pairs, each on its own ground, mostly leaving each other alone. Juveniles were thought to wander a bit before settling into territories of their own. The species was understood to be, in a word, antisocial. The cooperative behavior at the moose carcass that Heinrich had stumbled onto in October 1984 should not have been happening at all. What he saw in the hide repeatedly was the carcass arrive. That part he engineered. And then, after some interval, the first raven would appear. It would circle. It would land in a nearby tree and look at the meat for a long time, sometimes 10 or 20 minutes. It would not approach. After more time, sometimes an hour or more, it would do one of two things. If it was an adult bird with established territory in the immediate area, it would come down quietly, alone, eat a substantial amount, cache some of the surplus in nearby snow and leaf litter, and leave. The rest of the local ravens, if any were aware of the carcass, would stay away. The territorial holders had it. The boundaries were respected. This part of the textbook picture was correct. But sometimes the first raven that arrived was a different kind of bird, younger, plumage not yet at full adult gloss, no mate visible nearby, no territorial behavior evident in the surrounding trees. And what that bird would do after the same long approach, the same period of careful observation, was something Heinrich found genuinely surprising the first several times he saw it. It would tip its head back, open its beak, and produce a long, loud, descending series of harsh calls, sometimes for several minutes at a stretch, with the bird flying short loops above the carcass and continuing to call as it flew. The call was nothing like the territorial cronk of an adult holding ground. It was something closer to a yell, and within minutes, sometimes within an hour, the woods would begin to fill with other ravens, coming in from distances that Heinrich, in the years since, has estimated at up to several miles. And a crowd would gather, and the carcass would be consumed by what was clearly not a pair, not a family, but a loose assembly of birds that did not seem to be related to one another, and did not seem to have any particular reason to share. This was the puzzle. From a strictly Darwinian standpoint, it shouldn't happen. Animals that find food bonanzas in the wild are supposed to keep them, not advertise them. The bird who yells lowers its own share with every additional raven that arrives. Over evolutionary time, a yelling bird and a silent bird working the same forest should produce silent descendants, not yelling ones, because the silent one walks away with more food, and more food, in winter, becomes more surviving offspring. And yet here was Heinrich, watching the yelling behavior happen on dozens and then hundreds of carcasses across multiple winters, unmistakably, repeatedly, and with what looked like considerable energy on the part of the calling bird. He spent several years considering hypotheses. The simplest, which had been suggested by other observers in passing, was that the calling bird was related to the others, that it was summoning kin, and that the inclusive fitness math would balance the books. He tested this by collecting feathers and, later, blood samples, and by running early DNA fingerprinting analyses with a colleague at the University of Vermont. The results came back clear. The birds that converged on a carcass in response to the yelling were not, on the whole, related to the caller. Some were close kin, most were not. Kin selection alone could not explain what he was seeing. The next hypothesis was reciprocal altruism, the idea that the calling bird was doing a favor that it expected, in some implicit sense, to have returned later when the situation was reversed. Heinrich considered this seriously and eventually rejected it for a different reason. The ravens involved did not appear to be a stable enough social group, across enough time for the bookkeeping that reciprocal altruism requires. The crowd at one carcass was usually not the same crowd at another. The birds came from too wide an area. There was no obvious mechanism by which a raven could keep track of who had called him to a meal 3 months earlier and adjust his own behavior accordingly. The hypothesis that fit, in the end, took him most of the 15 years to settle on, and it was elegant in a way that earlier explanations had not been. The calling birds, Heinrich realized, were almost always young, non-breeding, unpaired, unsettled in territory, and the carcasses they were calling about were almost always inside the territory of an established adult pair. The young bird, alone, could not feed at a carcass the adults were guarding. A single juvenile would simply be driven off by the territorial holders, who were larger, more experienced, and more willing to escalate than a year-old bird wandering the woods looking for an opening. The yell, in other words, was not an act of altruism. It was an act of recruitment. The young bird was calling in a crowd of other young birds, and the crowd, by sheer weight of numbers, would overwhelm the territorial pair's ability to defend the resource. 20 juveniles at a carcass cannot all be chased off by 2 adults at the same time. The defense breaks. The carcass becomes briefly a public good, and the bird that yelled, having gotten nothing on his own, gets a meal he otherwise would have been excluded from entirely. It is, when you understand it, one of the more satisfying explanations in the modern behavioral ecology literature, because it solves a problem that looked from the outside like generosity and turns out, on closer inspection, to be something rather more like a strike action. The juveniles are unionizing, in effect, against the territorial adults. The shared meal is the byproduct of the coalition. None of the individual birds is being noble. They are simply each of them separately doing the math correctly. And the math, in their case, says that the only way to eat is together. Heinrich and his graduate student John Marsloff published the core of this argument in a series of papers across the late 1980s and early 1990s. The book that emerged from the work, Ravens in Winter, came out in 1989 and became the foundational text for everything that followed in raven research. It is still, more than 30 years later, in print. What lived inside that work and what changed the field was less the specific answer to the yelling puzzle and more the methodological commitment behind it. Heinrich had treated a wild bird with the kind of attention that ethologists had previously reserved for chimpanzees and a small handful of other charismatic species. He had named individuals. He had followed them across years. He had hand-raised birds from the nest: Goliath, Whitefeather, Lefty, Hooty, and Fuzz, the first generation, and several more in the years after. And he had brought them into a relationship close enough that he could test specific behavioral hypotheses with the same individuals over and over again in controlled conditions, while still being able to compare what he saw in the aviary against what was happening in the wild outside his cabin door. The result, by the time the book came out, was a portrait of the species that was unrecognizable from the textbook entry of 15 years earlier. The ravens that emerged from that portrait were, first, far more social than anyone had thought. The territorial pair model was correct as far as it went, but it had completely missed a separate population that had been hiding in plain sight: the non-breeding floaters. These were the young birds, usually 2 or 3 years old, sometimes older if mate finding was difficult, who had not yet established territories of their own, and who were not yet part of a stable breeding pair. The floaters lived a different life from the adults. They moved across much larger areas, sometimes covering hundreds of square miles in a season. They roosted communally at night, gathering in flocks of dozens or sometimes hundreds in a single sheltered location. They formed friendships and rivalries and coalitions among themselves. They paid close attention to each other's whereabouts and behavior. And they spent several years in this loose, mobile, intensely social phase before they paired off and settled into adult territoriality. The floater life is, in effect, a long adolescence, and the social skills the birds develop during it appear to carry forward into the adult phase even after they are no longer using them in the same way. What this meant, more broadly, was that the popular cultural image of the raven as a solitary creature, the lone figure on the leafless branch in countless Gothic illustrations, was capturing only one phase of the animal's life, and almost certainly not the most cognitively interesting one. The young raven that Edgar Allan Poe imagined arriving at the chamber door, if you take the bird at face value, would have spent several years before that night in the company of dozens of other young ravens, navigating a complex and shifting social landscape, accumulating the kind of experience that long-term social animals accumulate when they are paying close attention to who is doing what to whom. The literary raven is a still image. The biological raven is a member of a community. There is a moment Heinrich describes in Ravens in Winter, near the end of one of those long days in the hide, when the light was going and the temperature was dropping and most of the birds had finished feeding and dispersed for the night. One juvenile remained on the carcass. It had been the last to eat, having waited out the more aggressive birds, and it was now in the quiet, doing something Heinrich had not expected. It was carrying small pieces of meat away from the kill, one at a time, and caching them, pushing each piece into the snow at the base of a nearby spruce, covering it carefully with needles and bark, then flying off with another piece, going to a different tree, repeating. The bird worked at this for the better part of an hour, in the gathering dark, by itself. Heinrich watched it through the slit in the hide and recorded the locations of each cache. He came back the next morning to see what had happened. Most of the caches were gone. The bird had remembered them all and returned at first light, before any of its competitors had arrived, and emptied its private store. The 15 pieces of meat it had hidden the evening before were, by the time the rest of the floater group reconvened on the remains of the carcass, already inside the body of the bird that had hidden them. None of the other ravens had any way of knowing. Heinrich sat in the hide that morning and wrote in his notebook a single sentence which has been quoted many times since. They think. It was not a scientific claim in any formal sense. It was a note to himself, written quickly in the cold, after watching one bird outmaneuver 15 of its fellows by means of a cognitive strategy, caching, remembering, retrieving in private, that no one had bothered to ask whether ravens were capable of, because no one had bothered to look. What he meant by it, and what the next 30 years of Corvid research would slowly and carefully establish in laboratories from Vienna to Vermont to New Zealand, was that the bird in the snow was not running on instinct alone. It was solving a problem. It had a plan, modest and perfectly suited to the situation, and it executed the plan with an efficiency that suggested the cognitive apparatus involved was something more interesting than reflex. The kind of cognitive apparatus Heinrich was glimpsing in those moments at the end of long winter days would turn out to be substantially more interesting than even he suspected at the time. The most rigorous tests of it would not happen in a main forest. They would happen in a research station outside Vienna, run by a younger generation of biologists who had read Ravens in Winter in graduate school and decided, on the strength of it, to spend their own careers asking what these birds could actually do. The Konrad Lorenz Forschungsstelle sits in the village of Grünau im Almtal, in the Austrian foothills about an hour and a half east of Salzburg, in a landscape that looks more or less the way Central Europe is supposed to look in the imagination of someone who has never been there, There are spruce-covered hills, a fast, cold river running through the valley floor, working farms with painted shutters and stacked firewood, and, on the grounds of the research station itself, a series of large outdoor aviaries arranged in a quiet line along the back of a meadow. Inside one of those aviaries, on a winter morning in 2014, a raven was alone in a small connected room, and a research assistant was about to slide open a small wooden cover on the wall. A cover the raven had learned, over the course of several months, to recognize as a peephole. The raven knew what the peephole was for because the bird had used it from the other side. In the months leading up to the experiment, each of the ravens involved had been given the chance to be in the next room over and to look through that same wall and to discover that when the cover was open, you could see directly into the test chamber. When it was closed, you could not. This was not a trick the birds had been trained to perform. They had simply been allowed to be in the room and to behave as ravens do in unfamiliar environments, which is to say, exploring everything at length, putting their eye to small openings, learning the geometry of the space. And the researchers had watched them, over time, work out for themselves what the peephole did. The birds, in other words, knew from personal experience that a raven on the far side of that wall could see them if the cover was open, and could not if it was closed. The experiment that was about to happen depended entirely on whether the bird in the test chamber would carry that knowledge across into a different situation. The setup on the morning of the test was this. A raven was placed in the test chamber, alone with a small piece of food. The bird was free to do what ravens do with food they cannot eat immediately, which is to cache it, to push it into a hiding place, cover it, and come back for it later. There was no other raven visible in the chamber. There was no other raven visible through any window. The bird was, by every available cue, in private. But the wooden cover on the peephole was open, and from a hidden speaker in the next room, the recorded sounds of another raven, soft contact calls, the small movements of a bird shifting on a perch, were being played at a volume that would clearly be audible through the wall. What the bird did under those conditions was the question, and what the bird did repeatedly and consistently across the whole sample of birds that went through the experiment was hurry. It cached the food faster than it would have done in genuine privacy. It chose hiding places more carefully concealed from the line of sight that ran from the peephole. It made fewer trips back to check the cache afterward, as though minimizing the number of opportunities someone watching might have to identify the location. The behavior was, by every behavioral measure the researchers had set up to detect, the behavior of a bird that believed it was being watched. The cover, then, was closed. The peephole was sealed. The same recorded raven sounds were played again from the next room at the same volume, in the same pattern. The bird in the test chamber knew, from its own time on the other side of the wall, that with the cover closed, no observer could see in. And the bird's behavior, under these conditions, relaxed. It cached the food at a normal pace. It used hiding places that were exposed to the now blind peephole. It made the usual number of casual return visits. The auditory cue alone, the sound of a raven somewhere nearby, produced no extra caution. Only the sound plus an open peephole produced the hiding behavior. The bird was not responding to the noise. It was responding to the geometry of what could and could not be seen from where the noise was coming from. This is, on the face of it, a fairly modest experimental result. A bird hides its food more carefully when it has reason to think someone might be watching. Animals do that kind of thing all the time. The reason this particular result, published in February 2016 in Nature Communications by Thomas Bugnyar and Stefan Rieber of the University of Vienna and Cameron Buckner of the University of Houston, was treated as significant by the people who work in this field, and the reason it has been cited several hundred times in the years since has to do with what every previous experiment of its kind had failed to rule out, and what this one finally did. The question the field had been chasing for about 30 years before the peephole experiment was whether non-human animals possess what is called theory of mind. The phrase comes from a 1978 paper by the primatologists David Premack and Guy Woodruff, and what it picks out is a fairly specific cognitive capacity, the ability to model the mental states of other agents, to keep track internally of what another individual can see, knows, wants, intends. Humans use theory of mind constantly. Most of social life, in fact, depends on it. When you decide not to mention something at dinner because you remember that one of the guests is sensitive about it, you are running theory of mind. When you adjust your story to a listener who you can tell is unfamiliar with the background, you are running theory of mind. The capacity is so deeply built into how humans operate that it took a long time for psychologists to notice it as a separate thing at all. It was simply how thinking worked. Whether other animals could do anything like this had been a question of considerable interest and considerable difficulty for decades. The difficulty was methodological. Most experimental setups designed to test theory of mind in animals had a confound that researchers in the field had spent years trying to eliminate without quite succeeding. The confound was simple. If you set up a test in which an animal has to take into account what another animal can see, the easiest way for the test subject to succeed is to read the body language of the other animal, the direction of its gaze, the angle of its head, the cues that an attentive social creature picks up from another attentive social creature. And if the test subject succeeds, you have not, strictly speaking, demonstrated that it understands seeing as a mental state. You have only demonstrated that it has read a behavioral cue. The animal might be tracking heads, it need not be tracking minds. What Bugniar and his collaborators did in the peephole experiment was eliminate the body. The competitor was not visible. There were no head angles to read, no eyes to follow, no postural cues at all. The only information the test bird had about the existence of another raven came through the wall as sound. And the only way to use that information correctly, the only way to behave differently when the peephole was open versus closed, was to mentally combine what I am hearing now with what I learned on a different day about what is visible from that hole when the cover is in this position. The bird had to take its own past visual experience, project it onto an unseen other, and act on the projection. There was no behavioral cue to read. The cue was, in the technical sense, internal. The implication, when the paper was published, was that ravens were doing something that until that point had been demonstrated cleanly only in great apes and, with considerable controversy, in a small number of monkey species. Cameron Buckner, the philosopher on the paper, was the one who articulated what the result actually meant in formal terms. And his contribution is worth pausing on, because it is unusual for a working philosopher to be a co-author on an experimental paper in animal cognition, and the collaboration says something about the seriousness with which everyone involved was approaching the question. Buckner's argument, made at length in his subsequent academic work, was not that the ravens had a fully human-style theory of mind. It was something more careful. The ravens had, at minimum, a representation of what the geometry of seeing is, an understanding that visual access depends on certain physical conditions, an ability to imagine those conditions from a position other than their own, and the capacity to act on the imagined model. Whether you want to call that theory of mind in the full philosophical sense is a question philosophers have been arguing about ever since. But what it is not, Buckner and his collaborators argued, is associative learning. It is not a learned reflex. It is something more like reasoning. The debate that followed the paper and that has continued in the years since is a healthy and genuinely interesting one. Some skeptics, in particular Robert Lurs at Brooklyn College and a small number of others working on what is called the logical problem of animal mind reading, have argued that even the peephole result can be explained by a more conservative model in which the bird is tracking complex perceptual cues rather than mental states. Bugnier and Buckner have responded at length, and the back and forth has become one of the more sophisticated, ongoing exchanges in comparative cognition. What is not in dispute, on any side, is the finding itself. The ravens behaved as though they were imagining themselves into the position of a hidden observer. The argument is only over what to call that behavior. The Vienna research station has been doing this kind of work on these specific birds for longer than most outside observers realize. Thomas Bugniar has been studying ravens at Grunau since the late 1990s. The colony of birds he works with is the longest continuously studied raven group in the world, and many of the individual animals involved are by now genuinely old by raven standards. Birds who have been in experiment since they were juveniles, who have known the same researchers for 15 or 20 years, who have particular personalities that the staff describe by name and by quirk. Bugniar himself was a graduate student of Kurt Kotterschall, who worked alongside Konrad Lorenz in the final years of Lorenz's career. The lineage is unbroken from the founding generation of European ethology to the people running the experiments today. The peephole experiment was, in that sense, the latest move in a research program that started with a man writing a book in his study in the 1940s about a hand-raised bird named Roa, and that has produced, in the decades since, most of what we now know about the social cognition of corvids. The implications of the work, taken as a whole, are not modest. If you accept the conservative reading, that the ravens are doing very sophisticated perceptual reasoning, but not yet mental state attribution in the full sense, you are still left with an animal that is solving problems no one until quite recently believed any non-mammal could solve. If you accept the less conservative reading, that the ravens are running something that is genuinely continuous with what humans run when we imagine other minds, then the picture of cognitive evolution that we have been carrying around for most of the last century needs serious revision. Theory of mind, in that case, would not be a hominid invention. It would be something that has evolved at least twice, independently, in lineages separated by more than 300 million years of evolutionary history. The cortical architecture of mammals and the palleal architecture of birds would both separately have arrived at a solution to the problem of social complexity that involved building internal models of other agents' perspectives. The convergence, if real, is one of the more striking facts in the natural history of intelligence. What is striking in a different and less abstract way is the experience the staff at Grunau describe of working with these birds. The ravens know them by name, in the sense that the birds respond differently to different individual humans, and they remember absences. A researcher who returns after a year away will be greeted, the staff say, with a particular set of vocalizations that other humans never receive. A new graduate student in their first weeks will be tested. Small objects taken, doors checked, the human's tolerance for being lightly outwitted measured. The birds appear to enjoy the interaction in some functional sense. They are also, the senior researchers will tell you cheerfully and without much hedging, considerably better at the games than the humans usually are. Bugniar has said in interviews that he has spent 25 years now in the close company of these animals, and that he is, on balance, less certain about what is going on inside their heads than he was when he started. The data has accumulated. The picture of what the ravens can do has grown, year by year, more and more difficult to dismiss. But the question of what it is like to be a raven, working out a problem of the kind the peephole experiment posed, that question, he has said, gets harder rather than easier the longer you spend trying to answer it. The bird in the test chamber on that morning in 2014 finished caching its food and went to the far perch of the room and stood quietly. The recording stopped. The peephole stayed open. There was no other raven, in fact, in the next room, only the speaker, which had been playing the pre-recorded calls. The bird had no way of knowing this, of course. It had behaved on the assumption that there had been an observer, and the assumption had been a perfectly reasonable one given the evidence available. It had reasoned under uncertainty about the contents of another mind it could not see, and the result of that reasoning had gone into a notebook in Vienna, and from there into a paper in Nature Communications, and from there into a small but growing body of evidence that the bird on the wire outside your window, sitting still, watching with what looked like nothing in particular going on behind its eyes, has, behind those eyes, a great deal more going on than we had thought. 2 million years ago, before any member of the genus Homo had walked out of Africa, a population of ravens that lived in the western part of what is now North America became separated from the rest of its kind. The mechanism was almost certainly glaciation. The Pleistocene ice ages were in full swing, and the great sheets of ice that pushed down from the north repeatedly pinched off habitats and isolated populations across the continent, splitting species into pockets that then evolved separately for as long as the glaciers held. In most cases, when the ice eventually retreated, the populations met again, mingled, and merged back into a single interbreeding species. In some cases, the separation lasted long enough that they didn't, and what came back together was two species rather than one. The ravens of Western North America are an unusual case and a genuinely interesting one, because what happened to them lies somewhere in between. The story was uncovered, piece by piece, through a series of genetic studies that began in the mid-1990s and has continued more or less to the present day. Cynthia Tarr and Robert Fleischer, working at the Smithsonian's molecular laboratories in 1995, were the first to notice that something was strange about the genetic signatures of the birds. They sequenced mitochondrial DNA from common ravens collected in California and from ravens collected in Maine, expecting to find the kind of modest regional variation that you see in most widespread species, birds in different parts of the range looking slightly different at the molecular level, but clearly belonging to the same evolutionary lineage. What they found instead was a divergence of more than 4%, which is a substantial number in this kind of analysis, and is in the same general range that you see between bird species that are universally regarded as separate. This was, on its face, a problem. The California ravens and the Maine ravens looked identical. They behaved identically. They could and did interbreed where their ranges overlapped. By every reasonable definition of what makes a species, they were the same animal. But their mitochondrial DNA told a different story, one in which the two populations had diverged from each other a very long time ago and had been evolving on separate tracks for most of the period since. A fuller picture emerged over the next decade, principally through the work of Kevin Omland and his collaborators at the University of Maryland, who sequenced ravens from across the entire global range and constructed a phylogeny, an evolutionary tree that incorporated all of the major populations. Omland's results, published in 2000 and refined in subsequent papers, were genuinely surprising. The common ravens of the world, he found, fell into two distinct genetic clades. The first, which he called the Holarctic clade, occupied essentially the entire global range: Europe, Asia, North Africa, and most of North America. The second, which he called the California clade, was restricted to a small portion of the western United States and northwestern Mexico, and was found nowhere else on Earth. The two clades had separated from each other approximately 2 million years ago, and the California clade was more closely related in its mitochondrial DNA to a different species of raven entirely, the Chihuahuan raven, Corvus cryptoleucus of the American Southwest, than it was to the rest of its own species. This last finding is the part that breaks the standard picture. In the textbook version of how species work, you start with one ancestor, lineages split, and what came from a common origin remains more closely related to itself than to anything else. The California ravens violated this. They were, by every visible characteristic, body, plumage, voice, behavior, identical to the rest of their species. But their genome said they were closer kin to a separate species than to most of their own. The technical term for the situation is paraphyletic. In ordinary language, it means that the common raven, taken as a whole, is not a single coherent evolutionary unit. It is two units that look the same on the outside. What appears to have happened, based on the best reconstruction now available, is roughly this. Somewhere between 2 and 3 million years ago, an ancestral raven population in North America began to split. One branch moved south and east into the arid grasslands of what is now Texas and Mexico, and eventually became the Chihuahuan raven, evolving the slightly smaller body and the white-based neck feathers that distinguish it. Another branch was pushed by glaciation into a refugium somewhere along the west coast, probably Southern California, though the exact location is still debated, and stayed there, isolated for the better part of 1 million years. A third population, the ancestral Holarctic stock, expanded across Beringia and into Eurasia, where it spread eventually across the entire northern hemisphere. When the ice retreated, the Holarctic ravens moved back south into North America and met the California ravens again. By that point, the two populations had been separated for roughly 1 million years and had accumulated the genetic divergence that Tarr and Fleischer would later detect. They should, by most expectations, have been on their way to becoming separate species. They should have stopped interbreeding. They didn't. The work that established what they did instead was published in 2018 by Anna Kearns, Kevin Omland, and a group of collaborators in Nature Communications. Using whole genome sequencing rather than the smaller mitochondrial samples that earlier studies had relied on, they showed something that is rare enough in the literature that it has its own technical term, speciation reversal. The two clades, after their long separation, had not stayed separate when they met again. They had begun to merge. Gene flow between the California birds and the Holarctic birds was now substantial, and the genetic distinctness of the two populations was, in the present day, eroding rather than deepening. The species that had been on the verge of splitting was, instead, knitting itself back together. This is unusual. Most cases of populations that have diverged this far simply don't fuse again. By the time the genetic distance is that large, behavioral or reproductive incompatibilities have usually accumulated to the point where merger is no longer possible. The California and Holarctic ravens appear to have somehow avoided that. They had evolved apart for around 1 million years, and yet when they met again, whatever isolating mechanisms had begun to develop weren't strong enough to prevent reintegration. The two clades are now flowing back into each other, and over evolutionary time, given enough generations, the genetic signature of the split will likely fade entirely. The Chihuahuan raven, meanwhile, the third branch of the original divergence, has remained reproductively isolated and is by every measure a separate species. The same set of evolutionary circumstances produced both outcomes in the same family, on the same continent, at roughly the same time. Speciation completed in one branch, speciation reversed in the other. The reasons for the difference are not yet fully understood. One possibility is that the California and Holarctic ravens, despite their genetic separation, had drifted in such similar directions during their isolation that there was nothing meaningful to keep them apart when they met again. They had each remained generalist scavengers in cool, temperate environments, eating similar foods, occupying similar nest sites, calling with similar voices. Selection had not pulled them apart in any direction that mattered for mating. The Chihuahuan raven, by contrast, had moved into a genuinely different environment, the hot, arid grasslands of the Mexican north, and had specialized in ways that did create reproductive distance. The ecology, in other words, may matter more than the elapsed time. Two populations that diverge in the same direction can be reunited indefinitely. Two populations that diverge in different directions, even briefly, may not. What this means in practical terms is that the bird sitting on a power line in Sacramento today is, genetically, the descendant of a population that came within a hair's breadth of becoming a separate species, and then, for reasons that have to do as much with luck and ecology as with anything else, didn't. The California ravens are still common ravens, and they will likely remain so. The mitochondrial signature that distinguishes them is fading, generation by generation, as Holarctic genes flow into the Western population. In another 100,000 years it may be gone entirely, and the only surviving record of the deep past will be in the genomes of long-dead specimens preserved in museum drawers. The trace of an evolutionary path the species started down and then, against expectation, walked back from. This kind of detail is not the sort of thing the casual observer of a bird on a wire would normally encounter. The everyday raven looks, to all available eyes, like a single uniform species across its range. The evolutionary depth that sits behind that uniformity is essentially invisible without the molecular tools that have only existed for the last 30 or 40 years. But the depth is there, and it is part of what the bird is, a creature whose lineage has been doing, for at least 2 million years, the slow, continuous business of adapting to whatever northern environment it found itself in, occasionally splitting under pressure, occasionally rejoining when conditions allowed, and producing along the way the genetic raw material for what is, today, the most widely distributed corvid in the world and one of the most widely distributed land birds on Earth. It is also worth noting where the common raven sits in the broader family tree of its relatives, because the nearest cousins are an extraordinary group of animals in their own right, and the resemblances are not accidental. The corvid family, Corvidae, in the formal nomenclature, includes around 130 species worldwide, and the cognitive abilities that have made the common raven famous are, to varying degrees, present across the entire group. The American crow, Corvus brachyrhynchos, which is the bird most North Americans confuse with the raven, has been the subject of several decades of careful research at the University of Washington and elsewhere, and is by every measure a comparably intelligent animal. The carrion crow of Europe, Corvus corone, is the species in which neuroscientists at the University of Tübingen have done much of the most rigorous work on number cognition in birds, including a series of experiments that established carrion crows can represent the empty set as a numerical category, which is a primitive form of the concept of zero. The New Caledonian crow, Corvus moneduloides, of a single island in the South Pacific, is the world's most accomplished avian tool user, capable of fashioning and modifying tools from twigs and pandanus leaves with a sophistication that compares directly to chimpanzee tool use. The Eurasian magpie, Pika pika, was the first non-mammal in which mirror self-recognition was demonstrated in a 2008 experiment at the University of Frankfurt that has been replicated and debated extensively since. The rooks and jackdaws of Europe, the jays of Eurasia and North America, the nutcrackers, the choffs, the treepies, all corvids, all in the same family, all displaying versions of the same suite of cognitive traits. What this implies, taken as a whole, is that the cognitive architecture which makes a raven is not a one-off evolutionary accident in a single species. It is the shared inheritance of an entire lineage, a lineage which, somewhere in the deep past, made an evolutionary commitment to a particular kind of bird brain and then radiated that bird brain across more than 100 species occupying nearly every terrestrial environment on Earth. The common raven sits at the upper end of this distribution. It is the largest member of the family, the most widely distributed, and on most of the cognitive tests where it has been compared against its relatives, the strongest performer. But the family-wide pattern is what the comparative biologists keep coming back to. Whatever happened in the brain of the corvid ancestor somewhere on the order of 17 million years ago set in motion a developmental program that has, repeatedly and in different lineages, produced animals that solve problems no birds were ever supposed to solve. The architecture itself, what a corvid brain actually is, and how it manages to do what it does inside a skull no larger than a walnut, is where the story becomes genuinely strange, because the conventional understanding of how intelligence works, built around the mammalian cortex, turns out to be only one of the ways a vertebrate brain can arrive at the result. The phrase bird-brained entered the English language sometime in the early 1800s as a casual way of calling someone foolish, and it has been there ever since, working steadily, lodged in idiom and in newspaper headlines and in the kind of throwaway insult that nobody examines for accuracy. Like most insults that have lasted that long, it carries an implicit theory of how the world is. In this case, a theory about brains. The theory is that birds have small ones, and that small ones cannot do much. Both halves of the theory are true in a narrow sense and badly misleading in every sense that matters, and the work that finally made the misleading part visible to the broader scientific community arrived in June of 2016 in a paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences by a small group of comparative neuroanatomists working out of Charles University in Prague and Vanderbilt University in Tennessee. The work is worth understanding in some detail, because it is one of the cleanest examples of how a long-standing scientific assumption can be quietly demolished by someone simply taking the trouble to count. The first author was Seweryn Olkowicz, then a doctoral student in Pavel Nemec's laboratory in Prague. The collaborator on the American side was Susana Herculano-Hausel, a Brazilian-born neuroscientist who had, over the previous decade, developed a technique that solved a problem the field had been struggling with for almost 100 years. The problem was that nobody actually knew with any precision how many neurons there were in any given brain. You could measure brain volume, which had been done for centuries. You could measure brain mass, which was easy. You could try to count neurons under a microscope, but the architecture of a real brain, folded, layered, full of cell types of different sizes packed at wildly different densities, meant that any reasonable counting effort produced numbers that were so dependent on which slice you happened to be looking at, that comparing one species to another was essentially impossible. The history of comparative neuroanatomy was littered with confident claims about which animals had bigger brains than which other animals, and most of those claims rested on volumetric measurements that everyone in the field knew were a poor substitute for what they really wanted to know, which was the number of working units inside. Herculano-Hausel's contribution, developed through the 2000s, was a technique that gave you the number directly. The method, called isotropic fractionation, involves dissolving the cellular structure of a brain region in a detergent solution while leaving the cell nuclei intact, mixing the resulting suspension into a uniform soup, and then counting the nuclei in a small sample under a microscope and multiplying out. It sounds destructive, and it is, but the result is that you can take a brain, separate it into its anatomical regions, and produce for each region an actual integer, the number of neurons in that region, give or take a small statistical margin. For the first time, the comparison across species could be done on the right unit of measurement. When she and Olkowicz turned the technique on bird brains, what they found was not what the field had been expecting. They had taken 28 species across the avian phylogenetic tree: songbirds, parrots, fowl, pigeons, owls, an emu, a barn owl, a red jungle fowl, a key, several corvids, including the common raven, and processed each brain through the protocol. The mammalian benchmark was already known. A capuchin monkey weighing about 3 kilograms with a brain of around 40 grams has roughly 1.5 billion neurons in its cerebral cortex, which is the part of the mammalian brain that handles most of what we recognize as higher cognition. A macaque, somewhat larger, has around 1.7 billion. A great ape sits in the range of 7 to 9 billion cortical neurons depending on species, and a human brain, substantially larger than any of them, has about 16 billion. The numbers scale fairly predictably with brain mass within the mammalian lineage. The relationship is not perfectly linear, but it is reliable enough that you can make reasonable predictions about cognitive capacity from brain size, which is more or less what the comparative literature had been doing. The results from the bird brains broke this entirely. A common raven, with a brain weighing about 15 grams, a tiny fraction of the capuchin's 40, turned out to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.2 billion neurons in its pallium, which is the avian analog of the mammalian cortex. The blue and yellow macaw came in at 1.9 billion. Even the smaller members of the corvid family, like the Eurasian jay, had numbers that were within striking distance of the small primates, despite carrying brains a third the size or less. The pattern across the dataset was clear and consistent. Bird brains, particularly the brains of songbirds and parrots, contained neurons at densities that were roughly twice what you found in mammalian brains of equivalent mass. The neurons themselves were smaller, the spaces between them tighter, and the result was that an avian brain of a given weight contained approximately twice as much computational hardware as the equivalent mammalian brain. This had not been seriously suspected. The standard view of avian intelligence, going back at least to the early 20th century, had been that birds were operating with a substantially smaller computational budget than mammals of equivalent size, and that whatever they accomplished cognitively had to be accomplished using cleverer architecture rather than more raw material. The classical neuroanatomist Ludwig Edinger, working in the late 19th century, had divided the vertebrate brain into a series of evolutionary layers and had placed the bird brain near the bottom, closer to reptiles than to mammals, and lacking, he thought, the cortical machinery that made mammalian intelligence possible. This view had hardened into received wisdom over the decades that followed, and the popular phrase bird-brained was, in a sense, just the everyday version of Edinger's diagram. Birds were thought to have small, simple, mostly reflexive brains, and the cognitive feats that some birds clearly performed, parrots that talked, crows that solved puzzles, ravens that did what ravens do, were treated as curiosities rather than as data points that might require the underlying picture to change. What Olkowicz and his collaborators showed with their counts was that the underlying picture had been wrong all along. The bird brain was not a simpler version of the mammalian brain, scaled down and reduced. It was a different solution to the same engineering problem, the problem of fitting a great deal of computational capacity into a finite volume. The mammalian solution was to grow the brain larger, fold the cortex into convolutions to increase its surface area, and accept the metabolic costs that came with carrying around several pounds of nervous tissue. The avian solution was to keep the brain compact, miniaturize the individual neurons, pack them at much higher densities, and use the resulting savings in mass to make a flying body possible at all. Both solutions arrived at roughly comparable numbers of working units. They simply took different routes to get there. The avian unit, the structure that does the work of the mammalian cortex, is called the pallium. The name is technical, and the architecture is genuinely different from a mammalian cortex in detail. The layering is not the same. The cell types are not arranged in the same configurations. The developmental program that produces it is recognizably distinct. But the function is closely analogous, and the convergence is one of the more striking examples in vertebrate biology of two lineages, separated for over 300 million years, independently arriving at the same kind of computational organ. Birds and mammals last shared a common ancestor in the early Permian, somewhere around 320 million years ago, when the synapside line that would eventually become mammals split from the sauropside line that would eventually become reptiles and birds. Whatever brain that ancestor had, it was a long way from either a mammalian cortex or an avian pallium. The two structures evolved independently in their respective lineages over the hundreds of millions of years that followed. They are, in a real sense, alien to each other, and yet they do, broadly, the same kind of work. What this implies for the common raven is not subtle. The bird sitting on the wire outside your window is carrying inside its skull a piece of biological hardware that is, by neuron count, in the same general weight class as a small primate. It is not a simpler brain. It is a smaller brain that has been engineered for density rather than volume, and the consequence of that engineering is that the bird is, in computational terms, working with resources that the standard mammalian-centric picture of intelligence would have predicted to be impossible at that body size. Goliath, the first of Bernd Heinrich's hand-raised ravens, the bird who lived in the cabin in Maine through the late 1980s and early 1990s, who tested the doors and the latches, and Heinrich's tolerance for being lightly outwitted, was running behind those eyes on roughly 1 billion pallial neurons. The dog in the next room over, watching the same human eat the same dinner, would have had perhaps 500 million. The work has been refined and extended in the decades since the 2016 paper. Kverkova and the same Prague group, in a 2022 PNAS paper, expanded the dataset to 111 bird species and showed that the relationship between pallial neuron count and behavioral measures of intelligence, particularly innovation rate, the frequency with which a species shows up in the literature having solved a novel problem in the wild, is positive, statistically robust, and substantial. The corvids and the parrots, which between them contain most of the species famous for cognitive feats, also contain the highest pallial neuron counts in the avian world. The relationship is not coincidental. The birds that do clever things have the hardware for clever things, and the hardware for clever things turns out to be, by absolute neuron count, roughly comparable to the hardware that underwrites the cognitive lives of small primates. There is a small irony in the historical arc which is worth pausing on because it goes to the larger question of how scientific consensus actually moves. The phrase bird-brained did not become an insult on the basis of careful neuroanatomy. It became an insult because birds were small, and small things in the 18th and 19th century imagination were assumed to be simple. The neuroanatomists then arrived in the late 19th century with diagrams that confirmed what the popular usage had already assumed. The diagrams were taken seriously for the better part of a century, and the popular usage continued in parallel, and each reinforced the other. When the diagrams were finally shown to have been wrong, by means of a counting technique that nobody had thought to invent until the 2000s, the popular usage did not move. It is still in the language. It will probably remain in the language for a long time because idioms are stickier than evidence. But the underlying claim it carries, that the bird's brain is a small, simple thing, is now known with about as much certainty as comparative neuroanatomy ever gets to be incorrect. What sits inside the raven's pallium, then, is the substrate. The architecture is there, the neurons are there in the right numbers. The question of what those neurons actually do when the bird is awake and engaged with the world is the question that the rest of the documentary is going to be working on. Not because we have a complete answer, but because the answer that is emerging from the laboratories and the field stations is the most interesting thing about this particular animal and is the reason the work continues. Heinrich, in the cabin in Maine, had watched a juvenile raven cache 15 pieces of meat at dusk and retrieve them at dawn, and had written they think in his notebook. He had not been wrong. The hardware was always going to be there. The thinking, when researchers eventually went looking for it under controlled conditions, turned out to be more elaborate and more layered than even the most generous of the early observers had expected. And the place where most of that work has happened in the years since Heinrich's first observations is the same place where Olkowicz and his colleagues sourced one of the raven brains they used in the counting study. A Vienna research station where, by the time you account for all the experiments that have been run on the resident colony, the same handful of birds have probably been studied more thoroughly than any other group of wild-caught corvids in history. A raven carrying a piece of food does not look at first glance like an animal solving a problem. It looks like a bird with something in its beak. The piece is usually meat, a strip from a carcass, a section of intestine, a chunk of fat that has frozen hard enough to carry. And the bird flies with it in a low, direct line toward the edge of the clearing where the kill is. It lands on the snow about 30 meters away. It pauses. It looks back at the carcass. It looks at the sky. It walks a few steps further into the trees where the ground is softer under a layer of needles. It pauses again. Then quickly and with a precision that does not look like much from a distance but is, in fact, considerable, it pushes the meat into the soft litter at the base of a particular spruce, scrapes a covering of needles and bark over it with 3 or 4 motions of its beak, and steps back to look at what it has done. If the covering is satisfactory, the bird will fly off, usually back to the carcass for another piece. If the covering is not satisfactory, the bird will adjust. Sometimes it will rearrange the bark. Sometimes it will carry the food a few meters away and start over. This is the cache, and the bird that is making it is performing one of the most thoroughly studied behaviors in corvid biology. The basic action, taking surplus food, hiding it in a small concealed location and returning to it later when food is scarce, is something that crows and jays and nutcrackers and chickadees all do in their various ways across most of the temperate world. What distinguishes the raven version is the scale, the strategy, and the social context in which the caching is done. A raven in a productive autumn, with several large kills available in its territory, will make hundreds of separate caches across an area of several square miles, and will remember the locations of most of them for weeks or sometimes months. The memory is not perfect. The bird does not retrieve every cache. But the percentage that does get retrieved when researchers in Vermont and Vienna and elsewhere have run the experiments to find out is high enough that the strategy clearly works as a winter survival mechanism. The mechanism would be simple if the raven lived alone, but it does not, and the consequence of that fact is that the caching behavior is wrapped inside a much more elaborate game than it might first appear. The other ravens in the area, when there is a kill available, are watching. They are watching the caches being made. They are noting as best they can from whatever vantage point they have which trees are being visited and in what order, and what some of them are doing as soon as the storing bird flies away is going directly to the locations of the caches and pilfering them. The behavior was first described in detail by Heinrich and his graduate student John Pepper in a 1998 paper in Animal Behavior, and what they showed was that pilfering is not occasional, it is constant. In any group of ravens working a carcass, a substantial fraction of the caches that get made never make it to the next morning. The food disappears, sometimes within minutes of the storing bird leaving the area, and the bird that took it is, by every available measure, a member of the same loose social group that the storer belongs to, not an outsider, not a different species, but another raven who happened to be paying close attention. What ravens have evolved in response to this is a set of cache protection strategies that are layered, situation-specific, and, when researchers have looked at them carefully, surprisingly sophisticated. The first and simplest layer is privacy. A raven that has the option will preferentially cache out of sight of any other raven in the area. If there is a tree between the bird and its potential observers, the cache will go behind the tree. If the carcass is in an open clearing, the bird will fly some distance into the surrounding cover before storing the food, often taking a deliberately indirect route that makes it difficult for an observer to track the destination. This is the kind of behavior that you might expect from any animal that hides food, and on its own it does not require particularly sophisticated cognition. What it does require is recognition that an observer is present and an adjustment of behavior based on that recognition. The second layer is more interesting, and the experiments that have probed it have been the work of Thomas Bugnar's group in Vienna, building on Heinrich's earlier observations. What Bugnar and Kotoschall showed in a 2002 paper that has become a foundational text in the field is that ravens do not treat all observers as equivalent. The bird storing the food adjusts its behavior based on who is watching. A subordinate raven storing food in the presence of a dominant pilferer will behave differently than the same bird storing food in front of a juvenile or a known low-ranking individual. The strategy varies. With a dominant observer, the storer will sometimes abandon caching altogether and simply consume what it can on the spot. With a less threatening observer, the storer will hide the food but will often make multiple trips and create what look like decoy locations, places the food appears to be hidden but where, on later examination, no food has actually been left. The observer, watching, sees the behavior of caching and tracks it accordingly. The observer goes to the apparent location and finds nothing. By the time the deception has been understood, the storer has had time to make the real cache somewhere else. Whether to call this deception in the technical sense is a question that has occupied the literature for 2 decades. The conservative view is that the behavior is a learned strategy. The bird has discovered, through trial and error, that certain motor patterns reduce pilfering, and it deploys them when the conditions are right. This view does not require the storer to have any model of what is going on inside the observer's head. It only requires the storer to have learned over time that doing certain things in certain situations works. The less conservative view is that the storer is, in some functional sense, intending to mislead, modeling the observer's likely interpretation of the visible behavior and choosing the behavior that will produce the desired wrong inference. Bugnar's group has run a series of experiments over the past 20 years designed to distinguish between these two interpretations, and the cumulative evidence has tilted slowly and carefully toward the less conservative reading. The ravens do appear to be tracking what observers can and cannot see. They do appear to adjust their cache protection strategies to the specific perceptual situation of the watcher. And the peephole experiment, which we have already spent some time with, was the moment at which the cleanest version of this evidence arrived. The cognitive demands of the system, when you lay them out in full, are not modest. To cache effectively, a A raven needs to remember the locations of dozens or hundreds of separate hiding places across a landscape it is moving through over weeks. To pilfer effectively, it needs to remember not only its own caches, but the caches it has observed others making. The spatial information acquired by watching another bird, integrated into the bird's own memory of the terrain. To protect its own caches, it needs to track which of its conspecifics have been in a position to observe each particular hiding event, and to update its memory of who knows what as the social situation changes. Researchers have estimated that an adult raven in a productive winter is keeping track of, at minimum, several hundred discrete pieces of spatial information attached to specific food items distributed across multiple known and partially known caches, both its own and others. The memory system that supports this is not, as far as anyone has yet been able to demonstrate, qualitatively different from the spatial memory systems that have been described in other corvids, but the volume of information being tracked is large, and it is being tracked in real time against an active social background that is constantly changing. There is a developmental story attached to all this that is worth pausing on, because it suggests something about how the caching cognition gets built. Bugnyar and his colleagues, in a 2007 paper, followed a group of young ravens from fledging through their first several months and watched the caching behavior emerge. The early attempts, by birds 3 or 4 months old, were poor. The young ravens would carry food short distances, drop it on visible ground, make a token attempt at covering, and then leave. Other birds would watch this and immediately help themselves. Over the following weeks and months, the behavior matured. The juveniles began to choose better hiding places. They began to take longer, more circuitous routes. They began to do what the experimental literature calls deceptive caching, making fake hides in front of observers. By the time the birds were a year old, their caching was largely indistinguishable from adult behavior. The interesting thing about this developmental arc is that it seems to depend on social experience. Ravens raised in isolation, with no opportunity to observe other ravens caching or pilfering, do not develop the same level of sophistication. The skill is learned, and it is learned by participation in the very social system that the skill is designed to manage. There is also a small detail in the Bugnyar group's work that has stayed with me, because it captures something about what it actually feels like to be inside this behavior, watching a raven do it. When a storing bird is in the act of making a cache, it will frequently glance back over its shoulder. A quick, sharp motion of the head, repeated several times during the storage event, that researchers have interpreted as the bird checking on the position of any potential observers. The glance is not directed randomly. It is aimed at the locations from which an observer might be watching. If there are 2 or 3 other ravens in the vicinity, the storer will check on each of them in turn, returning the gaze most often to whichever individual seems most likely to follow up. The behavior is, at the level of its motor output, identical to what a human would do if they were trying to hide something while not being seen. The same furtive over-the-shoulder glance, the same pause, the same continuation of the work once the coast appears clear. Whether the underlying cognition is the same is a separate question. But the behavior, watched from 20 meters away in a Vermont winter, or recorded by a high-speed camera in an Austrian aviary, is one of those moments where the gap between the bird and the human-shaped expectation closes briefly in a way that is hard to forget once you have seen it. A small note about Goliath, who turns out to be a useful illustration of how this all plays out at the level of an individual animal. Heinrich, in Mind of the Raven, describes a sequence of observations from the early 1990s in which he watched Goliath, by then a fully adult bird, integrated into Heinrich's life and into the small population of ravens around the main cabin, make a series of caches in the snow near the cabin, and then, when Heinrich returned to check on them several days later, find that Goliath had retrieved every single one. The caches had been made over a period of about 90 minutes. There were 17 of them, scattered across roughly an acre of forest. Goliath had not been seen visiting them in the intervening days, but he had clearly been doing so because by the time Heinrich went to look, all 17 were empty, and the surrounding snow showed the small disturbances of a raven's beak having worked through the cover. What was striking about this, when Heinrich described it, was not the memory itself. The spatial cognition involved was within the documented capacity of the species, but the calm efficiency with which it had been done. Goliath had not advertised his caching. He had not made a show of it. He had simply moved through the woods at his own pace over several days and recovered what he had stored, and the only reason Heinrich knew it had happened at all was that he had been keeping notes. The behavior, caching, pilfering, protecting, is not, in the end, just about food. It is the surface of a deeper system, and the deeper system is the one that has occupied most of the laboratory work of the last 20 years. The ravens are tracking each other. They are tracking who has been watching whom, who knows what, who can be trusted in which contexts, and who cannot. The food is the currency, the relationships are the substance, and the relationships among a group of free-living ravens, when researchers have looked closely enough to characterize them, turn out to have a structure that nobody studying these animals before the 1990s would have predicted. Among the flock of non-breeding ravens that uses the Konrad-Lorenz-Forschungsstelle as one of its waypoints, a population of perhaps 150 birds spread across the valley around Grunau, with a smaller resident group of about 30 at the station itself, there are at any given moment several dozen relationships that the birds appear to be tracking with what can only be described as close attention. There are pair bonds, of course, the established mated couples, who perch close to each other and preen each other's neck feathers and travel in coordinated pairs through the aviaries and the surrounding meadows. But the more interesting structure is among the unpaired younger birds, and what those birds are doing day after day, year after year, is the subject of a body of research that has been quietly redrawing the picture of what it means for a bird to be social. A pair of researchers in Bugniar's laboratory, Jörg Masson and Georgine Zippel, designed a series of experiments in the early 2000s to test something specific. They wanted to know whether the ravens were tracking not only their own relationships with other birds, but the relationships among third parties. Whether a bird could observe two of its conspecifics interacting and form an updated mental model of those two birds' relationship to each other, independent of any direct involvement of its own. This is what social scientists, working with humans and with other primates, call third-party knowledge, and it is one of the cognitive capacities that underwrites complex social life. Without it, you can have a society in which everyone tracks their own personal relationships. With it, you can have a society in which everyone is tracking everyone else's, which is the kind of society humans live in and which had until quite recently been thought to be limited to the great apes and possibly a few cetacean species. The experiments Masson and his colleagues designed were elegant in the way that this kind of work needs to be. They played the ravens' recordings of conflicts, not real-time conflicts, which would have been hard to control, but recordings of actual aggressive interactions that had happened earlier in the colony between specific individuals whose dominance ranks were known. The recordings were played to an observing bird in a controlled setting, and the observer's reaction was measured. The key manipulation was that some of the recordings were of normal dominance interactions, the higher-ranking bird acting aggressively, the lower-ranking bird responding submissively in the way the colony's hierarchy would predict, Others were of reversed interactions in which the lower-ranking bird had gotten the better of the higher-ranking one, an event that does happen in raven society, but that is unusual enough to count as news. The question was whether the observing bird would respond differently to the two kinds of recording. The answer was yes. Ravens listening to recordings of normal dominance interactions showed minimal reaction. They were hearing what they expected to hear, and the recordings did not appear to be informative. Ravens listening to recordings of reversed interactions reacted markedly, looking around, making contact calls, in some cases producing alarm-like vocalizations of their own. They were, in effect, registering the news. The dominance order they thought they knew had changed, and the change required attention. The paper appeared in Nature Communications in 2014 under the title Ravens Noticed Dominance Reversals Among Conspecifics Within and Outside Their Social Group, and the second part of that title is the part that genuinely surprised the field, because the experiments did not stop at the home colony. The researchers played some of the test birds' recordings of conflicts among ravens from a different group, a group the test bird had been near but had never been a member of, and the same effect appeared. The birds were tracking dominance relationships, not only inside their own social network, but inside a neighboring one. They were paying attention to politics that did not directly concern them. This kind of result, when you sit with it for a moment, is genuinely strange. The amount of cognitive bookkeeping involved is substantial. To do what the experiment showed they were doing, the birds need to be holding internal models of multiple individuals, not just their identities, but their relative ranks, the histories of their interactions, the network of alliances and rivalries that gives the dominance order its shape. They need to be updating those models in real time when new information arrives. They need to be doing this for individuals in their own group, and at least to some extent, for individuals in groups they only encounter intermittently. And they need to be doing all of this with the brain mass of a small primate compressed into the skull of a bird, while simultaneously running everything else a wild raven has to run during a day in the field. The picture that emerges from this and a related body of research, work that has been done over the past 2 decades by Bugniar's group and by collaborators in Vienna, in Lund, in Cambridge, and in a handful of other places, is of an animal whose social cognition is not simply present but, by the standards of the comparative literature, remarkable. The ravens form what the technical literature calls valuable relationships. The phrase has a specific meaning. A valuable relationship in this context is one in which two animals have invested time and behavioral effort over a sustained period and from which both derive benefits: preening, food sharing, support during conflicts, proximity during sleep. The relationships are stable across years. They are between specific individuals, not interchangeable members of a flock, and the birds appear to recognize when those relationships are threatened and to take action to preserve them. The clearest demonstration of this came from a study by Orlaith Fraser and Bugniar, published in PLOS One in 2010. Fraser, who had done her doctoral work on consolation behavior in chimpanzees, applied the same observational protocol to the captive raven group at Grunau. She watched, over 23 months, what happened in the minutes after a fight. The conflicts were varied, some over food, some over perches, some apparently over nothing the human observers could identify. And the aggressors and victims were drawn from across the group. What Fraser was looking for was a specific behavior pattern, an uninvolved third bird, not the aggressor and not the victim, approaching the victim within a few minutes of the fight and engaging in some affiliative contact, preening, beak touching, sitting close. The behavior, in primate research, is called consolation, and in chimpanzees it has been interpreted with appropriate caution as evidence of empathy. What Fraser found was that ravens did this. The bystanders who approached victims after fights were not random. They were specifically the birds with whom the victim had a valuable relationship. Preening partners, perch mates, long-term associates. The behavior was directed at fights that had been intense enough to produce visible distress in the victim. It was not, as far as the experimental controls could establish, motivated by the bystanders' fear of becoming a target itself. Fraser's interpretation, hedged in the way this kind of claim has to be, was that the behavior was consistent with what consolation would look like if it were happening, with one raven recognizing distress in a partner and responding to that distress with affiliative contact. The follow-up work over the years that followed has tightened the picture. Masson and his collaborators showed in a 2015 paper in Scientific Reports that ravens cooperating in a problem-solving task, pulling on opposite ends of a string to retrieve a shared reward, performed better when the partners had high tolerance for each other and when previous reward distributions had been equitable. When the rewards were unequally distributed, the ravens stopped cooperating. They appeared to be sensitive to fairness in a way that the comparative literature on inequity aversion had previously documented in primates and dogs, but not in any non-mammalian species. The result has been replicated and extended, including in studies showing that ravens distinguish between partners who have cooperated reliably in the past and partners who have not, and that they preferentially work with the former. What all of this taken together suggests, and the senior researchers in the field are careful about how strongly to phrase it, is that raven social life is structured not by simple flock dynamics, but by something closer to what a social anthropologist would recognize as a network of long-term individual relationships, with all the bookkeeping and strategy and emotional weight that such networks involve in any species that has them. The ravens form alliances, they remember betrayals, they appear to console each other after losses, they pay close attention to political shifts, including ones that don't directly concern them. They prefer to work with reliable partners and to avoid unreliable ones. And they do all of this within a community of birds that may number in the hundreds, distributed across territories and floater groups that overlap and intersect in complicated ways across an entire region. The senior researchers, again, are careful. The temptation to overstate this material is real, and the field has been around long enough to know what happens when comparative cognition gets ahead of itself. The 1970s and 80s produced a generation of claims about animal language and animal culture and animal consciousness that the more careful work of the past 2 decades has had to walk back, qualify, and in some cases, simply abandon. Bugnyar himself asked in interviews to characterize what his group has shown tends toward language like consistent with, suggestive of, cannot be ruled out. The data is what the data is. The interpretation, even the cautious interpretation, has to be earned. But the data, taken seriously, is hard to dismiss. The ravens at Grunau have been studied for over 25 years. Many of the individual birds in the colony are old by raven standards now, birds who have been part of experiments for 15, 18, 20 years. Who have known the same researchers for most of their adult lives, who have particular partners and particular rivals and particular places where they prefer to perch. They have personalities in the working sense that the staff use the word, predictable individual quirks of behavior that distinguish one bird from another and that persist over years. There is one bird the senior researchers describe as the one who notices everything, who is always the first to react when something in the environment changes. There is another who has been in a stable mated pair for over a decade, and whose partner, when she is moved temporarily to a different aviary for a separate experiment, will pace and call until she is returned. There is a bird who is, by general agreement among the staff, particularly interested in metal objects. and who has accumulated over the years a small private collection of buttons and bottle caps and bits of foil that he keeps in a specific corner of his enclosure and rearranges periodically for reasons that nobody has yet been able to figure out. These descriptions are not science. They are what scientists who have spent decades around a particular group of animals say when they are being honest about what they have observed. The published papers contain the controlled experiments and the statistical analyses and the carefully hedged conclusions. The descriptions of individual birds, the ones who notice everything, the ones who pace when their partners are gone, the ones with private collections of bottle caps, sit in the background in the daily working life of the station, where the people who feed and clean and observe these animals know them as individuals in the same way that you know the personalities of the people in your office. Whether the cognition behind those individual personalities is, in the technical sense, conscious, whether the raven who collects metal objects is experiencing anything we would recognize as preference or attachment, is the question that the field cannot yet answer and may not be able to answer for a long time. The behaviors are clear. The inner life is, as it always is, harder to reach. The communication system through which all of this social tracking happens, the means by which one raven conveys to another that a relationship has shifted, or that a partner is missed, or that an object of interest has been found, is the next layer of the picture and the place where the work has begun to overlap in ways that nobody quite expected when this research program began in the 1990s with the cognitive scaffolding that supports human language. There is a behavior that has been recorded on video and on the published page in a small number of pair-bonded ravens at the Konrad-Lorenz station and at a handful of field sites in the Austrian Alps that does not have a clear analogue in any other bird species, and that, when researchers have analysed the footage carefully, looks unsettlingly like something a human child would do at around the age of 1. The bird picks up an object, a tuft of moss, a small stone, a fragment of bark, a piece of dried grass. It holds the object in its beak. It walks or flies a short distance toward another raven, usually a mate or a potential mate. It positions itself so that the other bird can see the object clearly. And then it waits. It does not eat the object. It does not cache it. It does not appear to have any practical use for it. It simply holds it, presented, in the line of sight of a specific other animal, and watches that animal's reaction. If the recipient looks at the object, turns its head, orients toward it, sometimes reaches out to touch it, the holding bird may extend the object further or may put it down between them. If the recipient ignores it, the holding bird will sometimes try again with a different object or will give up and move away. The whole interaction lasts, on average, somewhere between 5 and 20 seconds. It happens, in the populations where it has been studied, regularly enough that it is part of the normal social repertoire of the species. Simone Pica and Thomas Bunge, working together at the University of Vienna, were the first researchers to describe this behavior systematically. Their paper, published in Nature Communications in 2011 under the title The Use of Referential Gestures in Ravens, Corvus corax in the Wild, was based on observations of 7 raven pairs across 3 breeding seasons in the Austrian Alps. And what made the paper significant was not the existence of the behavior itself. Birdwatchers and field biologists had occasionally noted ravens carrying objects in social contexts for decades, but the analytical framework Pica brought to the description. Pica is a comparative gestural researcher whose primary work has been on the gestures of great apes. The framework she used to analyze the raven behavior was the same one developmental psychologists use to characterize the gestures of human infants, and the criteria she was looking for were specific. To count as a referential gesture in the technical sense, a behavior has to do several things at once. It has to be directed at a specific recipient, not produced into empty space. It has to involve attention to the recipient's gaze, with the gesturer adjusting based on whether the recipient is looking. It has to wait for a response, with what the literature calls response waiting. A measurable pause after the gesture during which the gesturer monitors the recipient. And it has to be flexible, deployed in a range of situations rather than as a fixed motor program triggered by a particular stimulus. Human infants begin to meet these criteria somewhere between 9 and 12 months of age, in the period that developmental psychologists call the gestural transition, the months immediately preceding first words. The gestures involved are deeply familiar to anyone who has spent time around children that age. The infant points at a thing it wants the parent to see. The infant holds up an object and shows it. The infant offers a toy to a visitor and waits to see what happens. These are the foundational gestures of human social communication, and they are understood in the developmental literature to be the behavioral substrate on which language is eventually built. The infant who points at the dog and looks back at the parent is doing something cognitively continuous with what an adult speaker does when they say, "Look." The shared attention is the same. The reference is the same. The expectation that the other party will respond is the same. The words come later. The gestures are the foundation. What Pica and Bugniar showed with their 3 years of footage was that adult ravens were doing this, specifically and reliably. They were picking up objects, presenting them to particular recipients, attending to the recipient's response, and adjusting their behavior based on whether the response was forthcoming. The behavior met every formal criterion for referential gesture as the developmental literature defines it. The only species in which behavior of this kind had been previously demonstrated were the great apes, chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, animals whose gestural communication is part of the evidentiary base for arguments about the evolutionary origins of human language. The presence of the same behavior in ravens on the standard interpretation does not mean that ravens are about to develop language or that they are doing something cognitively identical to what a human infant does. What it means is something narrower and, in its way, more interesting. It means that the cognitive substrate which human infants build on during their gestural transition, the capacity to direct another agent's attention to a third object, to wait for that agent's response, and to adjust based on the response, is not exclusive to the great apes. It has evolved at least twice. Once in the lineage that produced humans and our closest relatives, and once, independently, in a lineage of large-brained birds that diverged from ours more than 300 million years ago. The convergence is, again, the kind of thing that should make a comparative biologist sit up and pay attention. Whatever the cognitive function is, it appears to be something that complex social vertebrates can arrive at by more than one route. The specific objects the ravens use in these gestures are worth a moment. They are, with very few exceptions, things that have no nutritional or material value. Moss, twigs, small stones, pieces of bark. Occasionally, a feather from another bird. The choice does not appear to be functional. The objects are symbolic, in the loose sense that they are not being offered as food or as nesting material. They are being offered as objects to be looked at, as occasions for shared attention. Pica has noted in interviews that this is one of the more curious aspects of the behavior. A raven that wanted to share food with its mate could simply share food. A raven that wanted to bring back nesting material could bring back nesting material. The objects in the gestural sequences are neither. They are, by all available evidence, chosen for their suitability as objects of joint attention rather than for any practical use. This puts the raven in a small and rather strange company, which includes humans, the great apes, and almost nothing else. The vocal communication system that runs alongside these gestures is, by the standards of the bird world, extraordinarily complex. The most thorough acoustic analysis of common raven vocalizations, conducted by William Borman and Bernd Heinrich for the Cornell Labs Birds of the World monograph and updated through 2020, identifies somewhere on the order of 79 distinct call types that can be reliably distinguished by their spectrographic signatures, of which at least 20 have well-documented social functions. The repertoire includes the deep gurgling cronk that most listeners associate with the species, but also high-pitched bell-like notes, knocking sounds, metallic ticks, low growls, food recruitment yells, alarm calls of several distinct types, contact calls used between mates, begging calls used by juveniles, comfort sounds used in roosting groups, and an open-ended set of imitations of sounds the bird has heard in its environment. The repertoire varies between regions. There are documented dialects, with ravens in different parts of a continent producing recognizably different versions of the same functional call. And it varies between individuals, with mated pairs developing what acousticians call call convergence, a process by which the two birds gradually adjust their voices toward each other until they share a small set of distinctive sounds that nobody else in the local population uses in quite the same way. The convergence, when it happens, is not subtle. A long-bonded raven pair will often have one or two calls that researchers can use to identify the pair from a distance, distinct from the calls of any other pair in the area. If one member of the pair dies, the surviving bird will sometimes continue to produce the shared call for weeks or months afterward, in a way that the standard ethological literature describes carefully as call retention, and that the people who actually live around these birds and who have to watch the behavior up close tend to describe in less guarded terms. Konrad Lorenz in King Solomon's Ring wrote about a hand-raised raven of his named Roa, whose human-imitated greeting call, the bird's name, more or less, in a recognizable approximation of Lorenz's voice, was produced by the bird for years after Lorenz himself was no longer around to receive it. The bird did not, of course, know that Lorenz had moved away. It only knew that the call had stopped being answered. It kept producing it, periodically, into the pause where the answer used to come, for as long as Lorenz's correspondents at the field station kept track of the bird's behavior. This kind of detail, taken together with the gestural work, suggests something about what the raven communication system actually is. It is not a fixed inventory of innate calls deployed in stereotype situations, the way the communication systems of most birds genuinely are. It is something with a substantial learned component, calls acquired from neighbors, calls converged with mates, imitations picked up from the surrounding environment, individually distinctive vocalizations that emerge over the course of a particular bird's life with a particular set of relationships. The system is open. New material enters it, old material is retained, and the boundary between vocal communication and gestural communication in this species is unusually porous. A raven that wants to direct another raven's attention to something can use sound, can use posture, can use an object in the beak, can use a gaze that the other bird then follows, and frequently uses some combination of all of these in a single coordinated act of communication. What the system as a whole most resembles when researchers describe it carefully is not the communication system of any other bird. It resembles in its open-endedness and in its dependence on learned individual variation the communication systems of the more cognitively complex social mammals. It resembles, in some of its specific features, the gestures with non-functional objects, the call convergence between long-term partners, the retention of calls associated with absent individuals, things that have until quite recently been thought to be characteristically primate. The convergent evolution that produced the avian pallium with its dense neuron counts and its primate-like cognitive output, appears to have produced, alongside it, a communication system that converges on similar territory by similar pressures. Whether ravens, in any meaningful sense, have something like language is a question the field is currently inclined to answer with a careful no. The system lacks the syntactic recursion that is the defining feature of human linguistic structure. It does not, as far as anyone has yet been able to demonstrate, support the kind of indefinite combination of elements that human language depends on. But the foundations on which human language is built, the gestural foundation, the capacity for joint attention, the convergence between long-term partners on shared vocal material, the willingness to learn new sounds throughout life and to deploy them in novel social situations, those foundations are present in the raven in a form that is genuinely unusual among non-mammals and that has obliged the comparative literature to widen its frame of reference. The raven is not, by any reasonable measure, talking, but the cognitive scaffolding on which talking is built turns out to have been assembled in this lineage in much greater detail than anyone studying birds before the 1990s would have predicted. A pair of ravens in the Austrian Alps, in the early evening of a spring day, perched on adjacent branches of a larch above a meadow that is still patchy with snow at the edges. The male reaches down, picks up a small piece of green moss from a fork in the branch, and turns to the female with the moss in his beak. He holds the position. The female turns her head toward him. She looks at the moss for several seconds. The male does not move. The female reaches out slowly and touches the moss with the tip of her own beak. Then she leans against him briefly in the way that long-paired ravens sometimes do. He drops the moss. They both, after a moment, fly off together toward the trees. In the cognitive zoology laboratory at Lund University, in southern Sweden, in the spring of 2015, there were 5 ravens. Their names, recorded in the published methods section of the paper that would eventually emerge from the work, were Baltic, Carl, Fenris, Juno, and Rickard. They had been raised at Lund from chicks. They were 6 years old at the time of the experiment, which is full adulthood for a captive raven. They knew the laboratory and the people in it, and they had participated in a number of smaller cognitive studies over the previous several years, and they were comfortable with the kind of test apparatus that Matthias Osvath and his graduate student Kan Kabadai had been quietly developing for them throughout the previous winter. The apparatus, when it was finally ready, looked almost ridiculous in its simplicity. A wooden box with a small clear tube attached to the front. Inside the tube, suspended at a particular height, was a piece of dog kibble, the small, dense, brown variety that ravens find acceptable but not exciting, used in this kind of work because it allows for repeated trials without the bird becoming sated. The box had a small slot near the bottom. Into this slot, if you happened to have a particular small stone of a particular size, you could push the stone, which would dislodge the kibble, which would fall out of the bottom of the tube where the bird could reach it. Without the stone, the kibble was inaccessible. With the stone, the kibble was straightforward to retrieve. The birds had been trained to use the apparatus over the course of the previous months. By the time the experiment proper began, every one of the 5 ravens knew completely and reliably that this particular stone, used on this particular box, produced food. What Kabadai and Osvath wanted to know was something specific, and the experiment they designed to find out has, in the years since its publication, been called one of the more elegant pieces of work in 21st century animal cognition. The setup was this. A bird would be brought into a test room. The reward apparatus, the wooden box with the tube and the slot, would not be present. In its place, on a small tray, there would be a selection of objects. One of the objects would be the correct stone, the one that the bird had learned to use on the apparatus. The other objects on the tray would be distractors, objects of similar size and weight, but not the right shape to operate the slot and not previously associated with the reward. There would be, at most, one of the correct stones. There would be, depending on the trial, 2 or 3 or 4 distractors. The bird could pick up one object from the tray, just one. After the bird made its selection, the tray would be removed from the room. The bird and its chosen object would then be alone in the test room for a period of time. During this period, the apparatus that the object operated was not present. There was nothing in the room to use the object on. There was nothing to suggest that the object would ever become useful. After the waiting period, 15 minutes in the first version of the experiment and 17 hours in a later version of the same task, the apparatus would be brought back into the room. If the bird had selected the correct stone and was still holding it or had cached it somewhere accessible, the bird could now use it on the apparatus and retrieve the kibble. If the bird had selected one of the distractors or had dropped the correct stone somewhere out of reach, no reward was forthcoming. The trial would end. The bird would go back to its enclosure. The next trial would happen another day. The question the experiment was designed to answer was whether the ravens, faced with a tray of objects in the absence of any immediate use for any of them, would select the object that would become useful 17 hours later. To do so, they would need to be doing something that the cognitive science literature calls flexible planning, choosing an action now on the basis of an anticipated future state that did not currently exist in any sensory form. The bird in the test room could not see the apparatus. The bird could not see the kibble. There was, in the moment of choice, no perceptual cue available about why one object should be preferred over another. The only thing that could plausibly drive the choice was the bird's internal model of what was going to happen later. The 5 ravens across the experimental sessions selected the correct stone on roughly 86% of trials. When the delay was 15 minutes, the performance was strong. When the delay was extended to 17 hours, almost a full day, with the bird returned to its home enclosure overnight, fed, allowed to sleep, and then brought back to the test room the following morning, the performance held. The birds, presented with the same tray of objects after a night's sleep, still selected the correct stone at well above chance levels and well above the performance of any non-corvid bird species that had been tested on similar tasks. This alone would have been a notable result, but Kabadai and Osvath ran 2 further variations on the experiment, and it was the variations that made the work historically significant. In the second variation, the birds were faced with a choice between the correct stone, which would, after a delay, allow them to retrieve a piece of kibble, and an immediately available smaller piece of food. The smaller piece could be eaten right away. The correct stone, by contrast, would only produce food at the end of a 15-minute waiting period. The 2 options were laid out on the same tray. The bird had to choose. To pick the smaller food was to take the immediate reward and leave the larger one. To pick the stone was to forego the immediate reward in exchange for the larger reward in the future. This is, in the language of behavioral economics, a delay-of-gratification test, and it has been used for decades in human developmental psychology to measure the maturation of self-control in children. The classic version of the test, run with 4-year-old human children at Stanford in the early 1970s by Walter Mischel, asked the children to wait for a marshmallow. The children who could wait were thought, on the basis of follow-up studies, to have better outcomes on a range of life metrics decades later. The test has been controversial in subsequent reanalyses, but the basic capacity it measures, the ability to defer immediate gratification in favor of a larger future reward, is real, and the developmental trajectory of that capacity in children is well established. 4-year-olds on average succeed at the marshmallow test about half the time. Younger children fail more often. The ravens, given the choice between the small immediate food and the stone that would produce a larger reward 15 minutes later, chose the stone on roughly 73% of trials. They were, in this specific test, performing somewhat better than the average 4-year-old human child. The third variation was the bartering test. Ravens in the wild do not barter. They do not exchange objects with conspecifics for mutual gain in any way that the natural history literature has documented. The behavior is not part of the species' native repertoire. To set up the bartering condition, the experimenters trained the birds to give a particular token, a small disc distinct from anything they had used before, to a human experimenter, in exchange for which the experimenter would give the bird a piece of food. The birds learned this exchange readily. Once they had learned it, the experimenters introduced the planning version of the task. A tray of objects, including the bartering token along with several distractors. The bird could pick up one object. The human exchange partner would not be available for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, if the bird still had the token, the partner would return and the exchange could be made. The ravens, on the bartering version of the task, selected the correct token at performance levels comparable to the tool version. In the 17-hour delay condition, they still selected the token at well above chance. They were, in other words, planning for a behavior, bartering with a human, that was not part of their natural repertoire, that they had only learned in the laboratory, and that they could not have evolved any specific cognitive adaptation for. The capacity was domain general. It was not a specialized planning module for caching, which the field had previously assumed accounted for any apparent forward-thinking behavior in corvids. It was something more flexible than that, and something more fundamental. The paper was published in Science in July 2017 under the title "Ravens Parallel Great Apes in Flexible Planning for Tool Use and Bartering." It was the first demonstration in any non-human species of flexible planning for an entirely novel behavior across delays of more than a few minutes. The previous benchmarks had been set by chimpanzees and orangutans in the work of Nicholas Mulcahy and Joseph Call at the Max Planck Institute, who had shown great ape planning over delays of about an hour for naturalistic tasks. The raven results matched or exceeded the great ape performance on tasks that were arguably more controlled. The implication was that flexible planning, like theory of mind, and like the gestural communication we have already spent some time with, was not a hominid invention. It had evolved at least twice. And the second lineage, the corvid lineage, had arrived at it with a brain a small fraction the size of a chimpanzee's. The reaction in the field when the paper appeared was substantial. Matthias Beckel and Nicola Clayton wrote an accompanying perspective piece in the same issue of Science, arguing that the result represented a significant advance in our understanding of the evolution of cognition. The paper has been cited several hundred times in the years since. It has also, in the way that important papers in this field always do, attracted careful and considered criticism, the most substantive coming from Jonathan Redshaw, Alex Taylor and Thomas Suddendorf in a 2017 commentary in Trends in Cognitive Sciences, who argued that the results, while striking, did not yet rule out a more conservative explanation in terms of associative learning. The bird had learned, over the course of training, that this object produces food. The training created an association between the object and reward. When the object subsequently appeared on the tray, the bird preferred it for reasons that need not involve any explicit representation of the future reward, only a memory of past pairing. Osvath and Kabadai responded in the same journal in 2018, arguing that the design controls excluded this interpretation, and the back and forth has continued at a high level of philosophical and methodological precision. What is not in dispute on any side of the debate is the behavioral data. Baltic, Carl, Fenris, Juno, and Rickard, in a laboratory in Sweden in 2015 and 2016, faced with a tray of objects and no immediate use for any of them, selected the object that would become useful, sometimes 17 hours later, sometimes after an overnight sleep, sometimes against the alternative of an immediate smaller reward, sometimes for a behavior they had only just learned. They selected the right object on the great majority of trials. The bird that would later, in the test room, use the stone to dislodge the kibble was, at the moment of selection, modelling something that would not come into existence for hours. Whether you call that flexible planning in the full philosophical sense, or very sophisticated associative learning in the most conservative reading, the behaviour happened. 5 ravens in a Swedish laboratory did something that the cognitive sciences had not, 15 years earlier, considered seriously possible for a non-human animal that was not a great ape. The result connects, in ways that are worth pausing on, to almost everything we have looked at in this documentary so far. The caching behavior, the bird carrying meat to a hidden location it would return to several days later, is a form of planning, but a domain-specific one, and the standard interpretation of caching has always been that it might be supported by a specialized cognitive module rather than by general planning capacity. The Lund experiment showed that the capacity is, in fact, general, that the same birds who plan for caching can plan for tool use and for bartering in tasks they have no evolutionary history with comparable performance and across comparable delays. The peephole work, with its evidence that ravens model the perceptual states of unseen others, sits adjacent to the planning work in a suggestive way. An animal that can model another's mental state in the present is well positioned to model its own future state, and vice versa, because both involve the construction of internal representations of situations that are not currently sensory available. The social cognition work, the third-party tracking, the consolation behavior, all of it requires the same kind of internal modeling of agents and situations that are not present in the immediate environment. The picture that emerges when you put the various pieces together is of a cognitive architecture that runs on a few core capacities deployed flexibly across domains, the same way human cognition does, with the same general shape and the same kinds of strengths and limitations, in a brain that occupies less than 1% of the volume of ours. The bird in the test room at Lund on the morning of one of those 17-hour delay trials walked into the apparatus area, surveyed the tray, picked up the stone, held it for a moment, and then carried it to a perch in the corner of the room and waited. The wooden box with the kibble tube had been brought back in by the experimenter several minutes earlier and was now sitting on its stand at the other end of the room. The bird flew across, inserted the stone into the slot, retrieved the kibble and ate it. None of this had been hurried. The bird had not been excited. It had simply, on waking that morning, remembered that there was going to be food, and had remembered which object was needed to obtain the food, and had selected the object when the tray came in, and had used it when the apparatus returned. The whole sequence had been ordinary from the bird's apparent perspective. From the perspective of the cognitive science literature, it had been the kind of result that requires, on its publication, a small and careful revision to the picture of what bird brains can do. For most of the second half of the 20th century, anyone who wanted to know what ravens did around wolves had to go and watch them. The work was slow, weather-dependent, and biased in favor of the encounters that human observers happened to witness. When a wolf pack made a kill in the Lamar Valley in northern Yellowstone, the ravens would arrive, sometimes within minutes, sometimes within an hour, and a field biologist with a spotting scope sitting on a ridge a kilometer or two away could watch the birds come in, settle on the carcass, take what they could past the wolves, and disperse. The behavior was unmistakable, and the observations accumulated quickly. Within a few seasons of work, anyone serious about the question could see that the relationship between wolves and ravens was old, was systematic, and was probably as central to the ravens' winter ecology as anything else they did. What the field could not see, on the basis of those observations alone, was the mechanism. How were the ravens finding the kills? The intuitive answer, which became the standard answer in the popular literature and in the majority of the field guides published after the late 1990s, was that they followed the wolves. A pack hunting through a winter landscape was a slow-moving, conspicuous event. The ravens, the thinking went, simply attached themselves to a pack, kept it in sight from above, and arrived when the pack made a kill. Bernd Heinrich, in Mind of the Raven in 1999, leaned hard into this picture. He had observed the behavior closely in the Maine woods and in the high Yukon, where ravens and wolves overlap in winter, and he had developed a deep argument about the antiquity and depth of what he called the wolf-bird relationship. A partnership, he suggested, that may go back tens of thousands of years, and that may have shaped the raven's attentiveness to large mammals more broadly, including, eventually, the bipedal one that started killing megafauna around 50,000 years ago. The wolf-bird argument was elegant. It was based on careful observation, and it has been part of the standard picture of the species ever since. The problem with the picture was that it could not be tested directly. To test whether ravens followed wolves over long distances, you would need to know, at every minute, across multiple seasons, across a large population, where the ravens were and where the wolves were, and what the relationship between those two sets of locations actually looked like. Until quite recently, that kind of data simply did not exist. The wolves of Yellowstone had been radio-collared since the 1995 reintroduction. Their movements were well documented at the pack level and increasingly at the individual level. The ravens were a different story. A common raven is a large bird by passerine standards, but a small bird by tracking equipment standards, and the GPS units small enough to attach to one without compromising flight have only become available in the last decade. Even then, the units have to be light, durable, capable of running for years on a small battery, and able to download their data on the wing. The technology existed, in principle, by the early 2000s. Putting the units on a meaningful sample of free-flying ravens in a place where the wolves were also tracked was a different problem, and it took a particular team and a particular collaboration to solve. The team came together around two researchers, Matthias Claudio Loreto, who began the work as a postdoctoral fellow at the Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior in Germany before moving to the University of Veterinary Medicine in Vienna, had spent years developing the techniques for catching, fitting, and recovering ravens equipped with GPS backpacks. The backpacks themselves were designed to fit between the wings, attached with a harness that would degrade and fall off after the unit's battery life expired, leaving the bird with no permanent encumbrance. The collaborator on the American side was John Marsluff at the University of Washington, whose laboratory had been doing corvid research in the Pacific Northwest for decades, and who had the institutional connections and the field knowledge to make a Yellowstone-based study feasible. The two of them, together with Daniel Stahler and Lauren Walker of the Yellowstone Wolf Project and a handful of other collaborators, set out to do something that nobody had attempted at this scale: track ravens and wolves in the same landscape simultaneously for long enough that the patterns would become visible. The work ran for 2.5 years. They fitted GPS units on 69 ravens, 26 of which lived year-round in the territories of established Yellowstone wolf packs, and 43 of which were wandering individuals using the broader Greater Yellowstone ecosystem as their range. They had movement data from 20 collared wolves drawn from 6 packs and 1 lone wolf. They added 11 cougars to the dataset to control for the possibility that the ravens were tracking other large predators rather than wolves specifically. The GPS units recorded raven positions at intervals of up to 30 minutes during the daylight hours, with the wolves tracked at hourly intervals or better. Over the course of the study, the team accumulated 646,494 individual location points for the ravens, 77,085 for the wolves, and 58,269 for the cougars. The dataset was, by some considerable margin, the largest ever assembled on the spatial behavior of ravens in any wild setting. When they sat down to analyze it, they ran a specific test. They asked for every kill that the wolves made during the study period whether any of the tagged ravens had been within following distance of the wolf pack in the hours leading up to the kill. They defined following operationally. The raven had to have been within a few hundred meters of the wolves and had to have stayed with them across multiple recorded positions, and had to have arrived at the kill site at a time consistent with having arrived as part of the pack rather than independently. This is a generous definition. It is, if anything, more permissive than the field naturalist's intuitive sense of what following means. The team applied it across the full 2.5 years of data, across all 69 ravens, across all the kills the wolves made, and what they found when they tallied the results broke the standard picture. In 2.5 years of continuous tracking across hundreds of kill events, the team documented exactly one clear instance of a raven following a wolf over a substantial distance. The raven in question shadowed a single wolf for about 2 hours, traveling roughly 2.5 miles before the two animals separated. Every other kill the team analyzed showed a different pattern entirely. The ravens were arriving at the kill sites, often within minutes, but they were not arriving as part of the wolf pack's moving entourage. They were arriving from elsewhere, sometimes from miles away, sometimes from much further than that. The further patterns, when the team looked, were what made the result genuinely strange. Individual ravens were repeatedly visiting specific areas of the landscape, the broad valleys where the wolves tended to hunt elk, the geothermal basins where bison wintered, the corridors along which the wolf packs typically traveled, and were doing so with no apparent direct cue from the wolves themselves. The ravens appeared in many cases to be checking these locations on something like a routine basis, sweeping through them in flight, and arriving at fresh kills very shortly after the kills happened. The flight paths, when the team mapped them, did not look like the paths of birds following moving prey. They looked like the paths of animals running a regular search pattern through a landscape they knew well, checking the productive places in the productive seasons at the productive times of day. The flight distances involved were substantial. A raven from the wandering portion of the sample picked up by the GPS network in one part of the ecosystem would sometimes appear at a fresh wolf kill 90 miles away within a single afternoon. The flights were direct, sustained, and apparently confident, birds going somewhere they expected to find something rather than birds searching at random. The longest single flight to a kill site that the team documented covered roughly 145 kilometers in something close to 6 hours of continuous travel. The bird had not been within sight of the wolves at any point during that flight. It had simply, apparently, gone to a place it had reason to think a kill might be available, and the place had turned out to have one. What the data was showing, when Loretto and his colleagues laid it out, was that the standard picture of the wolf-raven relationship had the directionality wrong. The ravens were not following the wolves. The ravens were holding a long-term spatial map of the landscape, a map that included where wolves had hunted in the past, where elk and bison aggregated in winter, where carcasses were likely to appear given the season and the conditions, and they were navigating that map directly. The wolves were not the ravens' guides. The wolves were one of several pieces of information the ravens were integrating into a much larger model of where, across an ecosystem of nearly 9,000 square kilometers, food was likely to be at any given moment. The ravens were not parasites on the wolf packs. They were ecological intelligences operating in their own right, and the wolves' kills were one of several resources they had learned to anticipate and exploit at landscape scale. The paper appeared in Science in March 2026 under the title "Ravens Anticipate Wolf Kill Sites Across Broad Scales." The reaction from the field was immediate, and the general response was that the result both made sense and required substantial revision of the existing literature. Heinrich, when asked for comment by science journalists in the weeks after publication, was characteristically generous. The earlier observations had not been wrong, he said. Ravens did sometimes follow wolves over short distances. Ravens did pay attention to wolf behavior at close range. The 1980s and 90s picture was not a fabrication, but the dominant mechanism, what the ravens were mostly doing when you watched them at the scale and resolution that GPS made possible, turned out to be something the human observers on the ridges with their spotting scopes had not been able to see. The ravens had been carrying a map. The map had not been visible from the ridge. The implications of the result reach in several directions, and the research community has spent the months since publication working through them. The first and most direct implication is for the cognitive picture of the species. To do what the GPS data shows the ravens are doing, the birds have to be holding spatial information about a landscape on the order of 9,000 square kilometers, integrated with temporal information about season and time of day and historical productivity, and they have to be updating that information continuously as conditions change. The cognitive load is, on the face of it, substantial. It is not unprecedented in the comparative literature. Bats, certain primates, and some seabirds have all been shown to maintain comparable spatial models of their home ranges. But the raven case is striking because the home range in question is not a fixed territory. The wandering birds in the Loreto sample were using areas that no individual could plausibly have learned through random exploration in a single lifetime. The information had to have come, at least in part, from somewhere else. Either the ravens were learning from each other directly, the way some social species pass spatial knowledge across generations through demonstration, or the long-term floater life that Heinrich had described in his main work was doing more cognitive work than anyone had previously realized, accumulating the kind of landscape-scale familiarity that an adult bird could then deploy when it needed to. The second implication is for the evolution of the corvid mind. The cognitive capacities that the laboratory work has been documenting over the past 3 decades, flexible planning, theory of mind, third-party social tracking, gestural communication, working memory across delays, are all, in their various ways, capacities for holding situations that are not currently sensory available and acting on them. The Lund planning experiments showed this in the laboratory. The Vienna peephole work showed it for social cognition. The Loreto study shows it for spatial cognition at landscape scale. The unifying thread, if there is one, is internal modeling, the construction of representations of states of the world that the animal cannot directly perceive in the moment, and the use of those representations to guide present action toward future outcomes. This is, in broad strokes, the same kind of capacity that underwrites human planning behavior, human social cognition, and the human ability to navigate complex environments. The convergence across deeply separated lineages is becoming, with each new study, harder to dismiss as coincidence. The third implication is more practical and concerns what the result tells us about how the popular picture of an animal species evolves over time. Heinrich's wolfbird argument was not wrong about the existence of the relationship. It was wrong, or at least incomplete, about the mechanism. The error was not a failure of observation. It was a failure of resolution. The human observers in the field could see what was visible from a ridge, but they could not see what was happening at landscape scale or across multiple days, and the mechanism happened to live in the domain that the available technology of the time could not reach. When the technology caught up, in the form of small reliable GPS units and the computational capacity to process several 100,000 location points, the picture changed. This is, in a quiet way, one of the more interesting facts about the science of complex animal behavior. The picture we have at any given moment is constrained by what we can measure. The picture we have a decade later is often substantially different, not because the earlier picture was lazy or careless, but because what was measurable has expanded. The raven is the same bird Heinrich described in 1999. The bird has not changed. The instrument has. A bird, then, in the gathering light of a winter morning in Yellowstone, lifting off from a roost in a stand of cottonwoods along the Yellowstone River. The bird has a small backpack between its wings. Its position is being recorded every 30 minutes by satellites that the bird itself cannot perceive. It flies due west, gaining altitude steadily, and continues west for the better part of 2 hours, crossing the Lamar Valley, crossing the high passes above Specimen Ridge, crossing the open country toward the Hayden Valley 60 miles distant. It does not stop to hunt. It does not deviate to investigate prey. It is going somewhere specific. When it arrives in the late morning at a meadow it has been to many times before, there is a fresh elk carcass at the meadow's edge. A wolf pack has just finished feeding. The pack will not return for several hours. The bird descends, settles, and begins to work the remains. The decision to fly to that meadow that morning was made before the carcass existed, on the basis of a model the bird carries inside its head of a landscape it knows. When a raven dies in the open, the other ravens come. Not always, and not all of them, and not always quickly, but often enough, in enough places, across enough of the species range, that the behavior has been documented now in dozens of separate studies, and the question of what the gathering means has become one of the more interesting puzzles in the corvid literature. The behavior is easier to describe than to interpret. A bird is found dead by the side of a road, at the base of a tree, in the snow at the edge of a clearing. Within some interval, sometimes minutes and sometimes hours, another raven arrives. The arriving bird does not approach the body directly. It lands a short distance away, sometimes in a tree, sometimes on the ground, and observes. Often it begins to call, a particular kind of harsh, repeated alarm vocalization that is different from the species' territorial calls and different from the food recruitment yells. Other ravens, hearing the call, begin to converge. Within an hour, in good habitat, the body may be surrounded by anywhere from 3 to 15 birds, all standing or perching at varying distances, none of them feeding on the carcass, most of them silent or producing only intermittent calls, all of them watching. The watching can go on for a long time. Field observers have recorded gatherings that lasted for several hours, with birds arriving and departing, the size of the assembly fluctuating, but a core group of attendants remaining in the area for most of the daylight. Eventually the gathering breaks up. The body is sometimes consumed afterward by the same birds or by other scavengers, and sometimes left untouched. There is no fixed pattern to the aftermath. There is also, as far as anyone has been able to determine, no fixed pattern to which deaths produce gatherings of this kind. Some carcasses, even in areas with high raven density, attract only the normal scavenging behavior. Birds come, eat, leave. Others produce the long, quiet attendance. The factors that distinguish the two are not yet well understood. The behavior was given its modern scientific framing by Kaylee Swift, working in John Marslough's laboratory at the University of Washington in the mid-2000s. Swift's primary subjects were American crows rather than common ravens, but the behavioral patterns she documented have since been observed and characterized in ravens by field biologists across North America and Europe, and the cognitive interpretation of the behavior is now broadly the same across the corvid family. The published title of the work that established the framing, Wild American Crows Gather Around Their Dead to Learn About Danger, captures what Swift and Marslough concluded was happening. The gathering, they argued, is not mourning in any human sense. It is information gathering. The birds are, in effect, conducting a careful collective inspection of the place where one of their kind has died, and they are doing so for a reason that is consistent with what we already know about corvid social cognition. The reason is risk assessment. A dead raven means that something in this place killed a raven. The killer might still be present. The conditions that produced the death might still be in effect. For an animal that is going to spend the rest of its life in this landscape, that information matters, and the most efficient way to acquire it is to come and look, to gather data on what the place looks like, what the body looks like, what the surrounding cues might reveal about how the death happened. The collective nature of the inspection is functional in the same way that mobbing behavior is functional. Many eyes see more than two. The birds are, in this interpretation, doing for one of their dead what a human community does when an unexplained death occurs in their vicinity: investigating, comparing notes, building a shared understanding of what happened and what to avoid. Swift's experimental work, conducted across multiple field sites in the Seattle area, supported the risk assessment interpretation in a fairly direct way. She and her collaborators set up scenarios in which a dead crow was placed in a residential area, accompanied by a human handler wearing a distinctive mask. They then monitored the behavior of the local crow population in the days and weeks afterward. What they found was that the crows remembered. The mask the handler had worn was treated, in subsequent encounters, as dangerous. The local birds would scold the masked human, would mob them, would broadcast alarm calls to other crows in the area. The association persisted for weeks, in some cases longer. The death had become, for the local population, a piece of information about a specific human face that was now permanently attached to a category of risk. The gathering at the body was the moment at which that information was acquired and distributed. For ravens specifically, the behavior shows additional features that the crow literature has not always captured. The gatherings tend to be quieter. The attendance tends to last longer. The vocalization patterns are different, with the harsh alarm calls of the initial discovery giving way, over the course of the gathering, to softer and more variable sounds. Contact calls, low growls, sequences that the experienced observers describe as something like muttering, though the word has no technical meaning and is used here as the closest available approximation to what the field observations actually sound like. The birds will sometimes approach the body individually, examine it from close range, and retreat again to the larger group. The examinations are deliberate. They are not feeding behavior. The bird is doing something more like inspection. Whether ravens experience anything in these gatherings that resembles what humans experience at the death of someone they knew is a question the careful researchers in this field will not answer. The behavior does not require any specific inner experience to be functionally explicable, and projecting human emotional categories onto it is exactly the kind of error the comparative literature has been disciplining itself out of for the past several decades. What can be said on the basis of the observations is that the behavior is not random, that it is consistent across populations and settings, that it appears to serve an information acquisition function consistent with what we know about corvid cognition more broadly, and that the birds involved are clearly attending to the death of a conspecific in a way that is qualitatively different from how they attend to most events in their environment. Whether to call this grief is a decision the field has, on balance, declined to make. The behavior is what the behavior is. The interpretation, where it is honest, stops at the edge of what the data can support. There is, however, a particular detail that has come up enough times in the published observations that it is worth pausing on, because it is the kind of small thing that resists easy fitting into any of the available frameworks. The birds, after gathering at a body, sometimes return to the location for days or weeks afterward. The body is by then either gone or substantially reduced. There is, in the standard sense, nothing left to gather around. But individual ravens or pairs will sometimes pass through the area, land near where the body was, perch quietly for a period of time, and then leave. The behavior has been recorded by enough independent observers in enough places that it is unlikely to be coincidental. The site retains, in some functional sense, significance for the birds that originally attended. What that significance is, and whether it goes any deeper than a learned association of place with risk, is genuinely unclear. The risk assessment interpretation can accommodate the return visits. The birds are checking periodically whether the conditions that produced the death are still present. But the interpretation has to stretch a little to accommodate the apparent quietness of the visits, the absence of obvious investigative behavior, the way the visits seem more like checking in than like gathering data. A related observation, which Bernd Heinrich described in Mind of the Raven, concerns one of his hand-raised birds. Whitefeather, the second of his early 1990s adopted juveniles, was killed by a great horned owl one winter in the Maine woods. Heinrich found the body the next morning. He buried it. In the weeks that followed, the local raven population, which had known Whitefeather as part of Heinrich's small habituated group, passed through the area where the body had been buried more frequently than would have been expected by chance. Heinrich was careful in his account. He noted the observation. He acknowledged that the elevated visitation could have several explanations. He did not claim in the book or anywhere else that the ravens were grieving for Whitefeather. He simply recorded what he had seen. The site had become by some mechanism marked. The birds returned to it. After a time, the visitations tapered off, and the area returned to its normal use patterns. What had happened in those intervening weeks remained, by Heinrich's own description, beyond what his methods could resolve. A small note about the population at the Tower of London, which fits awkwardly into the broader picture in a way that is worth mentioning. The yeoman warders who care for the tower's resident ravens have, over the decades, accumulated their own observations about what happens when a tower bird dies. The ravens at the tower are an unusual case, a small captive population, all known to each other, all in close daily contact with the same human caretakers, with a long institutional record going back generations. The current Raven Master's predecessors, and his predecessors before that, have noted in their working journals that the surviving birds appear to register a death within the colony in a particular way. There is, by their accounts, a period of quiet that lasts for several days. The normal social activity of the group, the bickering, the play, the calling, diminishes. The pair-bonded survivors, if the deceased bird had a partner, often spend time in the part of the enclosure their partner used to favour. The behaviour eventually returns to normal, but not immediately, and the staff who have been present across multiple deaths report that the pattern is consistent enough that they can usually tell, without being told, when one of the birds has died. These are not, of course, scientific observations in the formal sense. The tower's ravens are a captive population in unusual conditions, the sample size is small, and the observers are not trained ethologists. The reports could reflect projection or pattern matching after the fact, or any number of other artifacts of human interpretation. What they cannot easily be is fabrication. The yeoman warders have no scientific stake in the question. They are simply telling, when asked, what they have seen across years of close attention to a small group of birds whose individual lives they know well. The reports converge with what the field observations from wild populations have suggested, and with what the experimental work on death response behavior has begun to characterize. Taken together, the picture is of an animal whose response to the death of a conspecific is structured, durable, and qualitatively distinct from its response to most other events. What the response means in the inner life sense remains the kind of question the cognitive sciences have learned to leave open. The bird that watches the gathering of its own kind around a body, perched in a tree at some distance, observing without participating directly, is doing something that biology has yet to fully account for. The gathering ends, the body is left or consumed. The watcher flies off eventually to wherever it goes next. Somewhere in the architecture of its memory, the place is now marked. It will, on some calendar that the bird itself does not measure, return. In the autumn of 2006, on the campus of the University of Washington in Seattle, a small group of researchers led by John Maslow put on rubber Halloween masks and went out to catch crows. The masks were of the kind sold cheaply in every American drugstore in October. Full-face latex with exaggerated features, the sort of thing a child might wear trick-or-treating. The specific mask the researchers chose for the trapping work depicted what the team would later describe in the published methods section as a caveman, a generic fictional human face with a heavy brow, no beard, and the kind of neutral expression that ensured the mask was distinctive without being obviously menacing. The researchers wore this mask while they conducted standard crow banding work, capturing 7 American crows on the campus, fitting each bird with a small numbered band on the leg, recording its measurements and releasing it back into the local population. From the crow's perspective, the experience was unpleasant but brief. The whole procedure for each bird took perhaps 15 minutes. What happened in the following weeks and the years that followed became one of the more significant findings in the modern cognitive literature on birds, and the reason it is worth telling carefully is that it began as a question almost nobody outside the field thought was worth asking. The question was whether the crows would remember the faces. Maslow and his collaborators had reasons to suspect that they might. The behavioral literature on crows had, for decades, contained anecdotal reports of birds that appeared to recognize specific humans, particularly humans associated with negative experiences. Farmers who had shot at crows reported being scolded for years afterward whenever they appeared in the field. Researchers who had handled wild birds occasionally noticed that the same birds, in subsequent encounters, behaved differently around them than around other humans. The reports were consistent enough that they had become part of the working folklore of corvid biology, but they had never been tested under conditions that could rule out alternative explanations. The crows might have been responding to clothing, or to behavioral cues, or to vocalizations that the human handlers were unconsciously producing. To establish that the birds were actually recognizing faces, the experimental design needed to control for everything else, and that meant, among other things, masks. The follow-up work began about 2 weeks after the initial trapping. A researcher would walk through the area where the captures had taken place, wearing the same caveman mask the trappers had worn, but doing nothing to provoke the birds, just walking with the mask on in plain sight. What happened was immediate and unmistakable. The crows scolded. They produced the harsh, repeated alarm calls that crows use to identify threats. They moved into mobbing formations above the masked human's head, and they did so with an intensity and a specificity that the same birds did not display toward unmasked humans walking the same paths at the same times. The birds were, by every available measure, treating the masked figure as a known danger. The control conditions ruled out the obvious confounds. A different researcher, wearing a different mask, a face that had not been used during the trapping, produced no scolding. The birds ignored the new mask. The same researcher, wearing no mask at all, produced no scolding. The masked face, specifically, was the trigger. Variations of clothing, of body type, of gait, of time of day, of weather. None of them shifted the response. The birds were keying on the face. They had remembered it from a single brief encounter weeks earlier, and they had attached the memory to a category, dangerous, that now governed their behavior whenever the face reappeared. This alone would have been a notable result. What made the work historically significant was what happened over the years that followed. Maslow's group, with admirable methodological persistence, kept doing the walks. The same researcher, in the same mask, would walk through the campus periodically over the months and years following the initial trapping, recording the scolding response. The response did not fade. 6 months out, the crows were still scolding. A year out still. 2.5 years out, the formal duration of the published study, which appeared in Animal Behavior in 2010, the response was undiminished. The birds had not forgotten. The face that had been associated with capture in late 2006 was, in 2009 and beyond, still being treated as a known threat by the local population, and the team's working assumption that the response would eventually decay had to be quietly revised. What was happening beneath the scolding was something the team had not initially expected and which would eventually become the more important part of the story. The crows that were scolding the masked human in 2009 were not, by and large, the same crows that had been trapped in 2006. American crows have a substantial annual mortality rate, particularly among juveniles, and 3 years is enough time for significant turnover in any urban population. Many of the original 7 banded birds were no longer present. New birds had taken their places. And the new birds, who had never personally been captured by anyone wearing the caveman mask, were scolding it just as reliably as the originals. The information had spread. The team confirmed this with care in subsequent experiments. The new generation of crows was learning the dangerous face association by watching the older birds scold, by hearing the alarm calls in the context of the masked human, and by integrating those observations into their own behavioral repertoire. The transmission was social. It was, in a meaningful sense, cultural. A piece of practical information about which humans to avoid in this specific environment was being passed from one generation of crows to the next through observation and vocalization without any direct experience required on the part of the learners. This is what comparative biologists mean when they speak about cultural transmission in non-human animals, not language, not custom in the elaborated human sense, but the transmission of learned information across generations through social channels in a way that would not happen without those channels. The follow-up paper, published by Heather Cornell, Maslow, and their collaborators in Proceedings of the Royal Society B in 2012, established the social transmission mechanism in formal experimental terms. The findings have been extended, replicated, and refined in the years since, and the general picture is now well supported. American crows in urban environments learn about specific dangerous humans by watching their elders, hold the information across multiple generations, and adjust their behavior accordingly. The phenomenon is not limited to American crows. Comparable behavior has been documented in carrion crows in Europe, in jackdaws, in the Australian magpie, and in a series of observations that have not yet been formalized into the same kind of controlled study in common ravens. The raven case is worth pausing on because the evidence is suggestive rather than conclusive in the way the crow evidence is, but the suggestion is strong. Ravens at field sites where human trapping has occurred, for banding, for radio telemetry attachment, for the GPS work we have already discussed, frequently develop strong avoidance responses to the specific researchers involved, responses that persist long after the trapping has stopped and that appear, on the basis of field observers' reports, to extend to other ravens in the local population that had not been directly trapped. The Buchner Laboratory at Grunau has documented individual ravens responding differently to specific humans they have not personally interacted with for years in ways consistent with social transmission of identifying information. The more controlled work that would establish the same point definitively for ravens in the way the Marsluff work has established it for American crows has not yet been completed. But the field consensus on the basis of the available evidence is that the capacity is almost certainly the same. Ravens, like their smaller cousins, recognize individual human faces, hold the recognition across years, and pass identifying information to their offspring through the social channels available to a long-lived, communicative, intensely observational species. What this means, taken together with the rest of what the comparative literature has established about corvid cognition, is that the bird that has been quietly part of human environments for millennia has been all that time watching, not in the abstract sense in which any animal watches its environment, in the specific sense, building individual models of specific humans, sharing those models with other birds, maintaining the resulting collective knowledge of which humans matter and how across spans of time longer than the lifespan of any single bird. The implications when you sit with them are not subtle. The crow on the wire outside your kitchen window has, in some functional sense, an opinion about you. It has formed that opinion by watching. If you live in a place with a stable corvid population, the birds you see day to day have probably observed you for years, and they have probably communicated something about you to other birds in the area. Whether you have ever scolded them, fed them, ignored them, or done nothing notable in their presence. The observations have been happening. The information has been accumulating. The fact that you have not noticed is not evidence that they have not noticed. It is evidence that you have not been paying attention. The asymmetry has been there throughout the long history of human encounter with corvids. The cultural traditions that gave us Odin's Hugin and Munin, that placed ravens on the prophetic shoulders of Welsh kings and at the foot of Greek oracles, that imagined the Tlingit raven as the maker of the world, were attempting to express through the only language those cultures had available, an observation that the human storytellers were making about the bird. The bird was watchful, the bird was knowing. The bird seemed, in its perch stillness and its turning head, to be aware of things that the human observers could not access directly. In the absence of any experimental framework for understanding what was actually going on, the observation was articulated in the available vocabulary: gods, messengers, omens, witnesses, oracles. The articulation was not literal. The underlying observation, however, may have been more accurate than the storytellers themselves could have known. What the modern research has done is replace the mythological framework with a behavioral one. The ravens are not Odin's spies. They are simply birds that have evolved over the long course of their lineage's history. The cognitive equipment to do what no other bird family has been documented to do at this scale: to maintain individual representations of specific humans across years, to share those representations with conspecifics, and to keep the resulting collective knowledge updated in real time as the human environment changes. The capacity is not magical. It is the same capacity that supports the planning behavior we saw in the Lund laboratory, the social tracking we saw at Grunau, the spatial memory we saw in Yellowstone. It is one cognitive system, deployed across multiple domains, including the domain of which humans matter. The bird that recognizes the face of the researcher who once trapped it is doing the same work in a different register that the bird at the apparatus in Lund was doing when it picked up the right stone to retrieve a kibble it could not yet see. There is in this a small inversion that is worth registering. We have spent most of human history assuming, with whatever the local mythology was, that the relationship between us and these birds was one in which we were the agents and they were the symbols. The ravens stood for things: death, wisdom, prophecy, transformation. They were the bearers of meaning in a system whose meaning makers were us. What the scientific work of the past several decades has established in a quiet and incremental way is that the directionality has been at least partly reversed throughout. The ravens have been observing us. They have been making notes, in whatever the avian equivalent of notes is, about specific individuals and specific behaviors and specific patterns of human activity. They have been keeping the notes current and have been sharing them with other birds. They have, in this specific and provable sense, had us under continuous observation for as long as they have been within our range, which is to say, for as long as humans have existed at all. We have been, in other words, the subject of a research program that has been running for several 100,000 years, conducted by an animal we had assumed was carrying our meanings rather than making its own. The bird at the kitchen window, watching the human inside, is doing today what its ancestors were doing when those ancestors first encountered humans on the African savanna. Different specific humans, different specific environments, same activity. The crow on the wire outside your house is, at this moment, watching you in a way that has been continuous across the species' history for longer than your own civilization has existed. The watching has not been malicious. It has not been conscious in any sense we have a way of confirming. It has simply been steady, attentive, and durable, and the information acquired through it has been useful enough to the birds doing the watching that the cognitive apparatus required to keep it going has been preserved by selection across thousands of generations. The asymmetry, they have been paying close attention to us, and we have only recently begun to pay close attention to them, is one of the more interesting facts about our shared history, and we are slowly beginning to catch up. In one of the older surviving poems of the Norse tradition, a god worries about his birds. The poem is called Grimnismal, and it is part of the Poetic Edda, a collection of mythological verses that survived in a single Icelandic manuscript copied down in the 13th century from oral material that is, by most scholars' estimation, considerably older than that. The god is Odin, the chief of the Norse pantheon, wanderer, hanged man, seeker of knowledge, and the birds are the two ravens that ride on his shoulders and bring him news of the world. Their names are Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, and what Odin says about them in the poem is brief, almost confessional, and surprising in its register. He sends them out at dawn every morning to fly across the world. They return by the evening with what they have seen. Without them, the god would not know what was happening beyond the walls of his hall. He is reliant on them, and in the lines that have stayed with readers and translators for centuries, Odin admits that he worries every day that they will not come back. He worries about Hugin, who carries thought. He worries more, the poem tells us, about Munin, who carries memory. This is, on the surface, a small detail in a poem full of larger cosmological material. but the longer you sit with it, the stranger it becomes. The chief god of one of Europe's major mythological traditions is portrayed, in the surviving record, as cognitively dependent on two birds. He fears the loss of memory more than the loss of thought. The fear is given to him by name in a passage that has no obvious literary motivation other than to express a particular kind of attention, the attention a person gives to something they cannot do without. The poets who composed and preserved this material were not making a casual point, they were making a specific one, and the specificity is part of what makes the Norse raven tradition different from the rest of European bird mythology. Odin's ravens are not symbols of death or omens of battle or messengers in the abstract. They are epistemic instruments. They are how the god knows things. This kind of framing is, when you start looking for it, surprisingly common in the mythological traditions that have built themselves around this particular bird, and the geographic distribution of the framing is one of the genuinely interesting puzzles in comparative mythology. In the Pacific Northwest of North America, separated from the Norse by the entire breadth of Eurasia and the better part of an ocean, with no documented contact between the two cultural traditions before the modern period, the indigenous peoples of the coastal forests have an equally elaborate set of stories about the raven. The Tlingit, the Haida, the Tsimshian, the Heiltsuk, the Kwakwakawaku, all of them, with regional variations, have the raven as a central figure in their cosmologies. The raven of these traditions is a creator. The raven made the world. The raven brought light into it by stealing the sun from a stingy sky chief who had been hoarding it in a wooden box. The raven released the first humans from a clamshell on a beach. The raven is a trickster, perpetually hungry, capable of transformation, both selfish and generous, in ways that the stories elaborate at length. The figure has very little in common on the surface with Odin's two birds. The Pacific Northwest raven is an active mythological agent, the maker of things, while Hugin and Munin are passive observers, the bringers of news. But what the two traditions share, beneath the differences in plot, is the assumption that the raven is the bird that knows. The raven sees what others cannot see. The raven goes where others cannot go. The raven returns with information. The Welsh tradition has its own version. Bran the Blessed, Bran being simply the Welsh word for raven, is a giant king in the Mabinogi, and his severed head, after his death in battle, is buried at the White Hill in London facing the sea, where it serves as a magical defense against foreign invasion. The Greeks gave the bird to Apollo, the god of prophecy, and recorded the story in which a raven was originally white and was turned black by the god as punishment for delivering bad news. The Hebrew Bible has Noah sending a raven from the ark before he sends the dove, and the raven, in the older versions of the text, does not return. It has found something to feed on in the receding floodwater and has continued its work elsewhere. The Quran has a raven teaching Cain how to bury Abel, the first human burial in the Abrahamic tradition, performed by a bird showing a man how to handle a body. The Anglo-Saxon heroic poetry has the raven as one of the beasts of battle, the dark birds that follow armies because they know there will be feeding. The Tibetan Buddhist tradition associates the raven with Mahakala, the protector deity, and a raven is said to have led the founder of Bhutan to the site where he established the country. The pattern across these traditions is, when you lay them out side by side, hard to miss. In nearly all of them, the raven is the bird that mediates between the visible world and something larger. The gods, the dead, the future, the things humans cannot see directly but need to know. The bird is the one with access. The traditions differ enormously in their specific theology, their narrative content, and the moral valences they assign to the figure, but the underlying observation that the raven is unusually attentive, that the raven goes places, that the raven returns with knowledge, is consistent across cultural boundaries that would otherwise have ruled out coincidence. The Norse poets and the Tlingit storytellers and the authors of Genesis and the Tibetan Buddhists were all looking at the same animal in different landscapes, and they all arrived at versions of the same description. The most plausible explanation for the convergence, given everything we have spent the previous chapters establishing, is that the description was approximately correct. This is a careful claim, and it is worth being precise about what it does and does not say. It does not say that the ancient mythologies were doing science. They were not. They were doing something quite different, making sense of a complicated world with the conceptual tools that were available to them, and the tools were the ones their cultures had built for explaining anything that was hard to explain. Gods, spirits, sacred animals, intermediaries between worlds. What the mythologies do contain beneath the metaphysical framing is a long observational record. The Norse storytellers spent centuries watching the bird that ate from their battlefields. The Tlingit watched it work the salmon runs and the intertidal zone. The Welsh watched it nest in the cliffs of the Atlantic coast. The observations accumulated were transmitted across generations and were eventually codified in the stories that survived. The stories themselves are mythological. The empirical content the stories preserved, that this was a bird with unusual attentiveness, with unusual range, with unusual capacity to handle situations that other animals did not handle, was, on the modern evidence, accurate. There is a small site in central London where one of these mythological traditions has continued with institutional support into the present day, and where the relationship between the cultural framing and the actual bird has become an unusual thing to spend time around. The Tower of London has kept ravens more or less continuously for somewhere between 150 and 400 years, depending on which historical evidence you find persuasive. The legend that the tower's ravens guard the kingdom, that if the ravens ever leave, the tower will fall and Britain with it, is associated in popular culture with the reign of Charles II in the 17th century, and the story is told, in the version preferred by the modern tower, that the king was warned by a courtier or an astronomer that removing the ravens from the tower would bring disaster, and that he therefore decreed that at least 6 ravens should always be maintained on the grounds. This is the version on the official guides. It is also, by the assessment of the tower's own resident historian, almost certainly a Victorian invention. The earliest reliable documentary evidence of ravens at the tower as a deliberately maintained population dates from the 1880s in a published illustration in a London newspaper. Before that, there are scattered references to ravens in and around the tower as part of the natural urban bird population. Wild ravens were common in London until they were progressively driven out by the 19th century, but no clear evidence that a captive population had been continuously maintained there for any length of time. The legend of Charles II appears to have been retrofitted onto a more recent practice in the way that institutional traditions often are, to give it a deeper than actual antiquity. The current population, at the time of writing 8 birds, is cared for by a member of the yeoman warders, the ceremonial guards who staff the tower. The position of Raven Master is one of the more particular jobs in British public life. The Raven Master lives on the tower grounds, feeds the birds twice daily on a diet of raw meat and biscuit, monitors their health, manages the social dynamics of the colony, and keeps the working journal in which the lives of the birds are recorded. The current Raven Master, Barney Chandler, took over the role in 2024 from his predecessor Christopher Scaife, who held the position for 13 years, and who wrote a book about the experience that did more than any other single text to bring the daily reality of the work to a popular audience. Scaife's book, The Raven Master, is an unusual document, part natural history, part memoir, part working manual, and what it captures more clearly than any other source is what it actually feels like to spend years in the close company of these birds. The current cohort of tower birds includes Harris, Poppy, Georgie, Edgar, Chaos, Jubilee, and the more recent arrivals Henry and Poe. Each has a personality the staff describe by name and quirk. Edgar, who arrived as a chick in 2019 along with his mate Branwen, is named after Edgar Allan Poe and is, by the staff's general assessment, the most observant of the current group. Branwen, whose name means Blessed Raven in Welsh, was selected by public vote when she joined the colony in 2021. The colony also includes the lineage of birds whose names have been associated with the tower for decades. Moonin, who was lost briefly in Greenwich and recovered through the help of a member of the public who recognised what she was. Jubilee, who has been at the tower since the Queen's Diamond Jubilee in 2012. And the absent presence of Merlina, who disappeared from the tower in early 2021 and is presumed dead, and whose status as the colony's most charismatic individual was such that her loss was reported in the international press. Merlina was, by Scaife's account, the bird who taught him most of what he knows about ravens. She was found as a chick on the Welsh coast and brought to the tower in 2007. She had a particular fondness for playing dead on the south lawn, lying motionless on her back on the grass and waiting for tourists to alert the yeoman warders that one of the ravens had died, at which point she would suddenly stand up and run away. She did this dozens of times across her years at the tower. Whether this counts as a sense of humour in the human sense is the kind of question the careful researchers will not answer. What can be said is that the behaviour was reliable, deliberate, and apparently performed for the reaction. Scaife's account of his daily work with these birds, taken across the 13 years of his tenure, is a long, sustained observation that the cognitive science we have discussed is happening all the time in plain sight. The birds know him. They know the other yeoman warders. They distinguish between staff and visitors. They have particular preferences for particular foods, particular perches, particular companions. They form pair bonds and break them. They develop running disagreements with specific other birds that play out over years. They occasionally, as in the case of Raven George, discharged from his position in 1986 after developing a destructive interest in the television aerials of the surrounding neighbourhood, develop habits that require their reassignment to other facilities. The 1986 dismissal notice for George, which is preserved in the tower's records, reads in part, "Conduct unsatisfactory. Service therefore no longer required." George was sent to the Welsh Mountain Zoo, where he lived out his days in conditions presumably more conducive to a less demanding career. The thing that strikes the researchers who have visited the tower's colony, and the historians who have written about it, and the visitors who pay close enough attention to notice, is the degree to which the modern institutional handling of these birds is attempting, with limited success, given the constraints of the tower as a working visitor attraction, to engage with the actual cognitive complexity of the animals it has chosen to maintain. The popular mythology of the tower ravens is the protective guardian of the realm framing, the Charles II decree, the doom that will befall Britain if the birds depart. The everyday reality is closer to running a small primate research station in a medieval fortress, with the additional constraint that several million tourists a year wander through the test environment. The mythology and the reality coexist, slightly awkwardly, in the same space. The yeoman warders, by all available accounts, prefer the reality. They know the birds as individuals. They know what each bird responds to, what each bird avoids, what each bird's relationships are with the other birds and with the human staff. The mythological framing brings the visitors, which funds the maintenance of the colony. The actual care of the colony depends on attention to the birds as themselves, in the way that any working relationship with a cognitively complex animal does. What the tower offers for anyone trying to think clearly about the long history of the human-raven relationship is a kind of microcosm. The site is one of the very few places in the modern world where the mythological tradition and the contemporary scientific understanding are both simultaneously actively maintained. The legend continues, the birds continue. The legend turns out, on examination, to be substantially younger than its presented age. The birds turn out, on examination, to be substantially more complex than the legend imagines. And the gap between the two, the gap between what we have said about these animals across the centuries and what the animals actually are, is, when you spend time with the tower's residents, both larger and stranger than the casual visitor would suspect. The bird that Charles II is supposed to have decreed must be maintained, that Odin is supposed to have sent across the world, that the Tlingit raven is supposed to have used to release the sun, is, by the close of one of the long working days of a modern yeoman warder feeding raw meat to a particular bird with a known name and a known set of preferences, an animal that has been studied carefully enough that the studying itself has begun to converge with what the old stories were trying to say. The languages have been different, the bird has been the same, and the slow accumulation of contact between the two, between the mythology that imagined what this animal might be and the science that has begun in the past several decades to establish what it actually is one of the more interesting cases in the long history of human attention to non-human life. In the central Mojave Desert, on the edge of a military base called Fort Irwin, in the high arid country east of the Sierra Nevada, there is a sanitary landfill that operates on the standard pattern of such facilities anywhere in the American West. Trucks come in, compactors press the day's waste into a layered bed, dozers cover the layers with a thin skin of soil at the end of each working shift. The site occupies several dozen acres. It is fenced, but not heavily, and the fences are not designed to keep birds out. By any measure that matters to a corvid, the landfill is what biologists call a food bonanza, an unusually concentrated, predictable, stable resource of the kind that, in pre-industrial conditions, almost never occurred in nature, and that, when it does occur, transforms whatever animal community lives near enough to exploit it. The animal community in the central Mojave that has most thoroughly exploited the landfills, the sewage ponds, the agricultural runoff, the irrigation systems, the highway corridors, and the power line networks of the southwestern American desert is the common raven. The numbers, when biologists started looking at them carefully in the late 1980s, were so striking that the phenomenon required a new technical category. The ravens of the central Mojave, the literature now describes, are a subsidized population. They are native to the region. They have been there since long before any of the human infrastructure was built. But the population that exists today is supported in its size and density not by the desert's own productivity, but by the resources that human activity adds to the landscape. And the difference between what the desert can naturally support and what it is currently supporting is, in some areas, enormous. The first systematic count of Mojave ravens was conducted by William Borman and Kristin Berry in 1989, working under contract for the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. The count was part of a broader effort to understand why the desert tortoise, a species that had been listed as threatened the previous year, was failing to recover despite a range of conservation measures aimed at its protection. tortoise populations in the Western Mojave were continuing to decline, juvenile mortality was disproportionately high, and the agency wanted to know what was eating the young tortoises. The standard suspects, coyotes, kit foxes, badgers, were present but did not seem to account for the observed mortality. The ravens, in the early stages of the investigation, were treated as a secondary candidate. By the time the results came in, they had become the primary one. Borman and Berry's counts, compared against historical records of raven density in the same areas going back to the 1960s, showed an increase of more than 1,500%. The Mojave's raven population had multiplied by more than 15 times in roughly a quarter century. The geographic distribution of the increase was telling. Where ravens had once been scattered across the desert at low density, they were now concentrated heavily around human infrastructure, landfills, towns, military installations, ranches with reliable water, and were spreading from those concentrations outward into the surrounding desert. The ravens were not eating tortoises in the towns. They were eating them in the desert proper, in the open country between human settlements, where juvenile tortoises spent the first several years of their lives in dispersed populations that had evolved no defense against the kind of concentrated avian predation pressure that the new raven density was producing. The juvenile tortoise problem became, in the years that followed, one of the more difficult cases in modern American wildlife management, and the difficulty of the case is worth understanding in some detail because it represents a category of conservation problem that did not exist in any meaningful form 50 years ago, and that is now, increasingly, the kind of problem the field is going to have to learn to handle. A juvenile desert tortoise, in its first 5 to 7 years of life, is small, somewhere between the size of a silver dollar and a tea saucer, and its shell is incompletely calcified. The shell at that stage is soft enough that a corvid beak can puncture it without difficulty. A tortoise hatched in a bad year, when summer rainfall fails and the desert vegetation produces little of the moisture-rich annual growth the young tortoises depend on, will spend most of its time in a relatively small home range, often within a few hundred meters of where it hatched, and will be easy to find for any predator that knows where to look. The ravens of the subsidized population taking off from a landfill or a town in the morning and ranging across miles of surrounding desert during the day have been demonstrably effective at finding juvenile tortoises and have, over the decades since the population began its expansion, contributed substantially to the recruitment failure that is keeping the tortoise from recovering. By the mid-1990s, biologists working in the Western Mojave were finding sites, typically below favored raven roost trees or beneath the crossbars of utility poles where individual birds had taken to perching during the heat of the day, at which the bones and shell fragments of dozens, sometimes hundreds, of juvenile tortoises had accumulated. The sites had become, in effect, midden piles of one species' young, deposited by another species that had only recently arrived in numbers sufficient to leave such a record. The desert tortoise itself, Gopherus agassizii in the formal nomenclature, is now classified as critically endangered by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, an upgrade from its earlier threatened status that reflects continuing population declines across most of its historic range. Several factors have contributed to the decline: habitat loss to development, habitat degradation from overgrazing and off-road vehicle use, an upper respiratory disease that swept through wild populations starting in the 1980s, and the fragmentation of remaining habitat by roads and fences. Raven predation is one of several pressures, but it is the one that most directly resists conventional conservation approaches because the obvious solutions, protecting habitat, controlling disease, limiting human disturbance, do nothing to address the fundamental driver of the raven increase, which is the human infrastructure that subsidizes the predator population. This is the part of the story that does not resolve cleanly, and the lack of clean resolution is what makes it worth spending time on. The standard response to a problem of this kind in earlier eras of American wildlife management would have been straightforward and would have involved direct population control. Shoot the ravens, poison the eggs, reduce the predator population to a level at which the prey population can recover. The tools have existed for a long time. The agencies have used them in other contexts for decades. And in fact, on a relatively small scale, some of these approaches have been tried with the Mojave ravens. Targeted removal of individual birds documented to be preying on tortoises, oiling of eggs in nests near tortoise habitat, the deployment of various non-lethal deterrents around tortoise release sites. The results have been mixed. The ravens are clever. The deterrents that work in the first season often fail by the second, as the local population learns to ignore or work around them. The targeted removal of individuals does not address the underlying population dynamics, because new ravens move in from surrounding areas as soon as the local density drops, drawn by the same subsidized resources that supported the original population. The agencies have, by their own internal assessments, been losing this fight slowly for 30 years. There is a specific ethical dimension to the case that the field has had to learn to articulate carefully, because the standard conservation framework, protect native species from non-native or invasive ones, does not apply. The ravens of the Mojave are native. They are not invasive in any meaningful biological sense. They have evolved in this landscape alongside the tortoises for hundreds of thousands of years, and their presence in moderate numbers is a normal part of the desert's natural community. The problem is not that the ravens are foreign. The problem is that the conditions under which they are now living are foreign. That an animal whose natural population dynamics evolved in a desert without landfills, without irrigated agriculture, without highway corridors, without the year-round availability of water and food at human-supported sites, is now living in a desert with all of those things, and the population has responded to the new conditions in the way that any successful generalist would. The problem is, in the strictest sense, our problem. The ravens are doing what ravens do. The infrastructure is what is new. How the agencies handle this kind of case in the coming decades is, by general consensus among the people working on the question, going to be one of the harder ongoing tests of contemporary conservation thinking. The traditional categories, native versus invasive, protect versus control, natural versus disturbed, do not map cleanly onto the situation. A native species, behaving in ways consistent with its evolutionary history, is contributing to the decline of another native species because the human transformation of the landscape has produced conditions that favor the predator over the prey. Removing the predator is technically possible but ethically uncomfortable, given that the predator is not at fault. Removing the subsidies, closing the landfills, eliminating the irrigation, dismantling the power lines, is not on the table for any reason a wildlife biologist could plausibly invoke. The remaining options involve various forms of compromise, reducing the most concentrated subsidies where possible, deploying landscape-scale deterrents around the most critical tortoise habitat, accepting some level of ongoing raven predation as a cost of the modern Mojave, and continuing to manage the tortoise population through the other levers that are available: habitat protection, Head Start programs, disease management, the long, slow work that conservation has always involved. The Mojave case is the most thoroughly documented version of a phenomenon that is showing up across the rest of the species range. Common raven populations have been increasing across most of North America for at least the past half-century, with the largest growth rates concentrated in regions where human infrastructure has expanded most rapidly. The same pattern in different forms is visible in Europe, though there the recent trend is more often described as recovery from earlier persecution rather than as subsidized expansion, because most of Europe's 20th century history involved active reduction of raven populations rather than passive subsidization. The continent has been, since the 1950s, slowly walking back from the lowest population levels in centuries. In the United Kingdom, the British Trust for Ornithology has documented continuous range expansion eastward across England since the 1980s, with breeding pairs now establishing themselves in counties from which they had been extirpated more than a century earlier. The recovery is broadly welcomed in conservation terms, but it has its own version of the management problem, with farmers in some areas reporting losses of newborn lambs and arguing for reduced legal protection. The agencies, working with limited evidence and a politically charged situation, have generally maintained the protections while acknowledging the underlying tension. The species, in other words, is doing well. By every population metric that conservation biology recognizes, the common raven is one of the success stories of the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Global numbers are high, are increasing in most regions, and are projected to continue increasing under most plausible scenarios. The IUCN classifies the species as least concern, which is the lowest level of conservation concern available, and the classification reflects the genuine and substantial robustness of the population. There are very few large-bodied animals in the world about which the same can be said. Most of the species in the raven's general size class, large carnivores, large herbivores, large birds of prey, are in some degree of trouble. The raven is not. The raven is, by the metrics that usually matter, thriving. The reason it is thriving, however, is the same set of human-driven changes to the landscape that are putting most of those other species under pressure. The ravens are not adapting around the human transformation of the world. They are using it. They are, in a quite literal sense, the beneficiaries of the conditions that are eliminating most of their megafaunal contemporaries. A landscape full of landfills, irrigated agriculture, highway corridors, and power line networks is a landscape that can support a great many ravens. It is not a landscape that can support a great many tortoises, or a great many wolves, or a great many of the other species whose populations are visible on the curves moving in the opposite direction. The raven, in the long arc of the Anthropocene, is one of the species we are inadvertently selecting for. Whether this is good news or bad news depends, in the end, on which species you are paying attention to. There is a final image in this material that has stayed with me, because it captures something about the way the modern picture sits against the old one. A common raven in the central Mojave on a hot summer afternoon lifts off from the perimeter fence of the Fort Irwin landfill, carrying a fragment of food in its beak. The bird is not moving urgently. It is well fed, has been for years, and the trip across the surrounding desert that it is about to make will probably produce another meal before the day ends. It flies west across open country, riding the thermals that the heated desert floor produces at this time of day, gaining altitude steadily until it crosses the boundary between the maintained government land and the open desert beyond. Below the bird, on the desert floor, the surviving tortoises of the local population are sheltering in their burrows, waiting out the heat. The bird's flight will take it over their territory. It will probably not stop. The carrion at the landfill is more reliable than the work of finding tortoises in dispersed populations across miles of ground, and the bird has, like its ancestors, learned to take what is easiest. The ecosystem that it is part of holding together by eating what it eats, by not eating what it does not need to eat, by being a member of the local fauna at a particular density that the local conditions support, is one that humans have substantially rewritten in the past century without quite meaning to. The bird has adjusted, the tortoises beneath it have not. The shape of what comes next for both of them is one of the things that the management of the modern desert is going to have to figure out. The bird on the telephone wire in the late light of an ordinary evening, in whatever part of the northern hemisphere this happens to find you, is not a creature any single description can fully account for. It is, if you have been listening across the past several hours, an animal that has accumulated over the long course of its lineage's history a particular set of capacities that until quite recently the cognitive sciences considered to be impossible in any organism that was not a great ape. It can recognize individual human faces. It can hold the recognition for years. It can transmit the information about specific humans across generations of birds that never personally encountered the humans in question. It can plan for events more than a day in the future, choose tools for tasks not yet visible, decline immediate small rewards in favor of larger delayed ones, and cooperate with partners on tasks neither it nor its species ever evolved to perform. It can take into account what other ravens can see and what they cannot see, even when the others are themselves invisible. It can use objects in its beak to direct another raven's attention to something it once noticed, a behavior that, in human infants, is the developmental precursor to language. It maintains long-term partnerships, appears to console its partners after fights, tracks the dominant shifts of birds outside its own social group, and notices news. Across the long sweep of a winter landscape in places like the Yellowstone valleys where the recent work has been done, the bird carries inside its head a working model of the territory it operates in, complete with the seasonal productivity of specific locations, the historical hunting grounds of large carnivores, and the routes that connect one to the other. It uses this model to fly, sometimes 140 kilometers in a single morning, to a meadow it has reason to believe will contain food, often arriving before the food's existence would be otherwise apparent. The bird sitting still on the wire, watching the human on the path beneath it, is doing none of this in the moment. It is, as far as anyone can see, simply perched. The processing happens inside, on hardware no larger than a walnut, in a brain whose architecture evolved separately from the mammalian solution to the same basic problem, more than 300 million years ago, in a lineage that took an entirely different evolutionary route to the same general country. The pallium of a raven, dense with neurons packed at concentrations that the mammalian cortex never matched, is one of two natural experiments that vertebrate evolution has run in the construction of intelligence. Mammals are the other. The two systems, working with different developmental programs and different cellular architectures, have arrived at outputs that, in the cognitive metrics where comparison is possible, sit at roughly the same level. A common raven and a small primate, on most of the tasks that have been used to compare their performance, perform at roughly equivalent levels of ability, with strengths and weaknesses that differ in detail but converge in their broad capacity. The fact that this is true at all is one of the more striking findings in modern comparative biology. The fact that the human cultures with the longest sustained attention to the bird were, in their own languages, more or less describing the same observation is one of the more interesting facts about the long history of human attention to non-human life. What we have in this animal is a creature that has been standing slightly outside the human picture of what intelligence is for as long as humans have had pictures. The Norse sent its name to two birds on a god's shoulder. The Tlingit gave it the role of the world's maker. The Welsh built their kings around its name, and the English their executions and their coronations. The cultural attention has been continuous, and the cultural framing has, in nearly every case, picked the bird out as a creature that knew things, that had access to information the human observers themselves could not directly reach. The framing was, until quite recently, considered to be a poetic exaggeration, the kind of thing pre-scientific cultures said when they were confronted with an animal whose behavior they could not explain. The careful work of the past several decades has, very slowly and with appropriate hedges, suggested that the framing was less an exaggeration than a description, made in the only language available to the people who were doing the watching, of a behavioral reality that the modern instruments have only now begun to confirm. The wonder, when you arrive at it after spending real time with the material, is not in any single fact about the bird. It is not in the planning experiments at Lund, or in the peephole work in Vienna, or in the GPS tracks across Yellowstone. Each of those, taken alone, is a remarkable result and is rightly cited in the literature as such. But the wonder, the kind that earns the word and is worth using it for, is in what happens when you put the findings alongside one another and look at the picture they make. The picture is of an animal that, in the small skull of a black bird sitting on a fence post, runs a cognitive system continuous with the one running inside the heads of the readers of this work, not identical, not human, but continuous in the technical sense, drawing on the same kinds of internal modeling, the same capacity to hold the absent and act on the imagined, the same long memory and the same social bookkeeping and the same flexible attention, deployed across an environment that the bird has been making sense of for as long as its lineage has existed. 300 million years of separate evolution, and the result is two animals, one with a cortex and one with a pallium, sitting on opposite sides of a window, each of them capable of forming an opinion about the other, and only one of them, until quite recently, aware that the opinions were running in both directions. There is a temptation, in the kind of long-form work this has been, to land at the close on a large interpretive claim. To say that the raven is teaching us something, to say that the bird stands as a witness to something. To use the word consciousness and let it carry whatever weight the listener wants to put on it. The temptation is real, and the temptation is, in the end, the wrong move. The raven is not teaching us anything. The raven is doing what ravens do, feeding, caching, watching, raising young, navigating its landscape, maintaining its relationships, surviving the winters and arriving at the spring. The science is not a lesson. The science is an attempt to describe, with the imperfect tools we have, a small portion of what one particular kind of animal does and is. The work continues. The picture will be different in another 10 years than it is today, and different again in 20. The bird on the wire will be the same bird. We will, if we keep paying attention, know somewhat more about it. What can be said at the close is something quieter than a lesson, and worth saying because the available alternative is to land on something larger than the evidence supports. The common raven is not an exotic creature. It is not a rare one. It is not a creature that requires a journey to encounter. It lives across most of the inhabited northern hemisphere, on power lines and in parking lots, in the coastal forests of the Pacific Northwest and the high meadows of Central Europe, in the deserts of the American Southwest and the tundras of the Arctic, on the grounds of medieval English fortresses and on the rooftops of small Icelandic fishing towns. It lives in many places within walking distance of where most of the people listening to this happen to be. It has been there for the entire history of human settlement in those places, and the version of the bird that has emerged from the careful work of the past 3 decades, the version with the long memory and the flexible planning and the social tracking and the watching of human faces, is the version that has been there all along. The bird did not become more interesting in 1984 when Bernd Heinrich saw the yelling juvenile at the moose carcass. The bird had been doing those things, and many others, for as long as it had existed. What changed in 1984 was that one human being started paying close enough attention to notice. The 40 years that followed have been the slow accumulation of what other humans with better instruments and longer working hours have managed to add to that initial noticing. There is something genuinely strange about being a member of one species, looking out at a member of another and recognizing, across the gap of a few yards of garden or a few meters of city street, a familiar quality of attention coming back at you. The familiarity is not a projection. It is, on the available evidence, an accurate perception. The raven on the wire is, in the relevant sense, looking. It has, in the relevant sense, an interior. The interior is not human, and the relevant sense is not the sense that would justify treating the bird as a person, or as a moral agent, or as anything other than a member of its own species going about its own life. But the relevant sense is, in the terms of the cognitive sciences, real. The animal you are looking at, if you have ever stopped on a sidewalk to look at a raven, is one whose cognitive system has, in real time, registered you. Whatever has happened in the registering has happened. The information is somewhere in the bird now. It will, depending on the circumstances, either fade or persist. The bird itself does not appear, by any external measure, to find the registering remarkable. It is what the bird does. It has been what the species has been doing in one form or another since long before the first humans walked into the bird's range, and it will go on being what the species does for whatever further span of time the species manages to continue. The bird that matters, in the end, is not the bird in the laboratory, or the bird in the experiment, or the bird in the data. Those are the birds that have allowed the work to be done, and they deserve the careful naming and the careful records that the field has built up around them. The bird that matters is the one outside, right now, in the gathering evening of wherever this finds you. That bird has, in some functional sense, noted the human in its territory. It has filed the noting somewhere. It will, in the days and months and possibly years to come, maintain the file with whatever updates the bird's available observations supply. The file is small. The bird has many of them. The work of keeping them current is, for the bird, the ordinary business of being alive in a complicated world. Across the broad arc of the last 2 million years, across the divergence of California ravens and Holarctic ravens, across the long Pleistocene and the slow recovery of the Holocene, across the rise of agriculture and cities and the wire-carrying networks that the bird has lately come to use as a perch, this animal has gone on doing what it has been doing all along. The science, when it began, found a creature already in motion. The science, when it ends, will leave that creature in motion. The bird will not be the achievement of any human work. It will simply, having been here longer than we have, continue. In the gathering dusk of an evening that may have already arrived, depending on where you happen to be, on a wire or a fence post or the bare branch of a winter tree, a raven sits at attention. It has been there for some time. It has watched, in the course of its day, the human inhabitants of the area moving through their own affairs, and has filed what it has seen in the small, spare way that ravens file the world. The light goes. The bird, eventually, lifts off the wire and flies, low and direct, toward whatever roost it is using this season. The wire is empty. The bird is not gone. It has simply moved, on the same continent it has always lived on, to the next place its long working day requires. The bird will simply, having been here longer than we have, continue